Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto was the evil son of Kyuubi and become too powerful. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. Decision. There it was, the mighty nine-tailed demon fox. It was said that the demon could destroy mountains and create tsunamis with one swish of its tails. But right now isn't the time for that. It was attacking Konohagakure for some reason. Bent on destruction of the mighty village. It seemed to be insane in power and its killing intent was enough to paralyze anyone, but no, the village ninja are not going down without a fight. They were attacking with everything they had, but it was still not enough. The ninja were merely pests to the Kyuubi. But then, a sword came down on the Kyuubi and the fox used its tails to stop it. The sword came from its owner Gambunta, the toad boss. The Kyuubi paused and took in its first good adversary for the night. The toad boss was nearly the size of the fox and readying for another strike. The Kyuubi knew they could not defeat him, but he wasn't the one fighting. Somehow, he could not control his body. Yes, he was a demon. Yes, he liked to destroy stuff, but even he didn't attack without reason. Yes, he hated humans, but that was only because they sealed him in other humans. He was fighting right now. No, his body was fighting for him. It must have been that masked man. The one who called himself Madara Uchiha. But it just wasn't possible. A mere human cannot control one of the tailed beasts. Yet he wasn't being controlled, just issued basic commands that he had to follow. Then, between his battle with the toad boss, he saw a small flash of yellow. He did not care. Then that same flash jumped towards him. It was another ninja. Oh, they were pesky little things. The Yondaime, Hokage, was doing seals in a blur of hands, while carrying a small white bundle. He had tears streaking across his face, now one of grim determination. He had to do this, it was the only way. He finished the seals and summoned the death god to take his life. The Kyuubi froze. That little ninja wouldn't dare. But he did. The death god was slowly taking the soul of the tailed beast and forcing it on the white bundle, unresisting. The figure of the death god was the last straw. The ninjas fled. The death god made the masked man had let go of the control over the Kyuubi once the death god appeared, but it was no use now. He couldn't move. The Yondaime knew he shouldn't do this, but Naruto was his own son. He took all his chakra and poured it into his son, along with the Kyuubi's own chakra. The D.th god was taking his soul too, and the Yondaime did a feat impossible. He took a bit of his ripped soul and poured that too into his son. Finally, he was taken. He chose his son as the container for his soul and the Kyuubi. His body fell, a seal on his stomach. The death god vanished, the Kyuubi vanished, and Gambunta too, vanished. A few ninjas on the sidelines cheered, but it didn't last long. Kill the demon brat, the whole civilian council shouted. We can use him and make the village stronger. Danzo suggested calmly. The Sandaime sighed. This is not what you wished, Minato, he thought. He raised his hand. Quiet fell upon the room. We will do no such thing. Minato wished for the boy to be regarded as a hero. If you cannot do that, at least do not kill or maim him. You all know about the law, and the other law that a Konoha shinobi cannot attack its own village members. I will personally oversee Naruto's upbringing. This meeting is over, and with that, the Sandaime left for his office. The dread of paperwork seeping into his mind. His office was no different when he came back, but he sure felt differently. He wanted to rip the whole council apart for what they said about Naruto. Danzo was the one who he wanted to rip apart the most. That bandaged creep had no right to use Naruto as a weapon, let alone his personal one. That could wait. The more pressing concern is what's going to be done with Naruto now. He had to send him to a normal orphanage or it would look suspicious to him when he grew up and the other people now. He knew Naruto wouldn't be happy or comfortable there, let alone safe. The village wasn't too forgiving to the kid who took a lot of their comrades and their beloved Yondaime. His safety was the big concern. He knew the villagers would take very opportunity to abuse him, and the orphanage was not a full shelter for Naruto. He would post a few anbu with him. Yeah, that would work. He would warn the orphanage of that too. With that work over him, The emotions he had held back now rushed into his consciousness. Minato's death, the Kyuubi's attack, the villagers' hatred. All of it crashed into him. I need some sake. Those were the last words uttered in his office for the rest of day. Elsewhere, on a pedestal, Danzo was conversing with several men and women in masks painted to look like animal faces. They had an intense conversation about a certain blonde baby that was currently sleeping undisturbed in the crib at the Hokage's office, guarded by several Anbu. Sarutobi is an idiot. He doesn't understand the value of having one the most powerful beings on earth at his disposal. By my guess, he will likely bring him to adulthood himself personally and guard him with several Anbu from the village force. We have two ways to bring about his loyalty to our cause. 1. I can make the village degrade him so much that he will easily be intimidated to do what we want. That is really easy, but the outcomes are a bit unpredictable for my taste. The other option is that we try to win him over to us in a manner that shows us as his well-wishers. That will be harder to maintain, but a few rescues from mobs can change that. Do you three agree or have any concerns? Pardon me, but Danzo-sama, wouldn't he be more vulnerable to harmful comments about you from the Hokage? That can be taken care of easily. Each of you has to be on all of the patrols that guard him. If Sarutobi tries to tell him anything about me, interfere with a pre-made setting. Do not give the old fool any chance to go about rambling about me. It's not like many people know about myself en route. Hi. Dismissed. In a flurry of dust, only the bandaged man was left, pondering on how to go about his goals undetected. So that's it for the first chapter. Tell me if you enjoyed it or not. For the plot, I don't have definite plot for this story, so if you have any suggestions for the plot or any questions, you can PM me or review them. As I said before, the updates will be slow, so if you like the idea, please check back or follow the story. Demons no politics. Alright, so here's the second chapter for two tenants. Any questio NSU have will be answered here and in the next chapter. Your reviews will be considered and answered respectively. Onwards to the story. Chapter 2. Agreement Konoha, Hokage's office. The Sandaime W. As doing paperwork and grumbling all the while. There was an Anbu camouflaged and standing behind the Sandaime. There was another Anbu stationed to the far right of the Hokage. There was a blonde baby sleeping quietly in a crib beside the Anbu at the far right. Oh, and there was a battle happening inside the baby that no one could see. Shit. This isn't going well. A tail smashed just where he was standing a moment ago. He really hadn't thought about the Kyuubi attacking him inside Naruto. Hell, he hadn't thought about any of the consequences when he sealed himself inside Naruto. This had been going on for well over an hour and Minato could do no lasting damage to the beast entity. How the hell had this dragged on this much? The Yondaime had an acute understanding of the seal he had placed upon the baby, but the Kyuubi was a centuries-old creature with a massive amount of knowledge. This seal was no sweat to understand, but the power of the death god had kept him under its influence. He hated this feeling, like he wasn't in control of himself, trapped. He also had no one to take out his anger on. By no means was the Kyuubi a vile creature. He only wanted balance. Konoha W. As getting too strong, and it was his job to stop its rise when the Senju and the Uchiha joined together. But that blasted Madara Uchiha had used his stupid eyes on him to control him. Though he had to admit that his Sharingan was pretty good. But that was ages ago. Mito Uzumaki was long dead and Kushina was too. They were his Jinchuriki, and this was the same case. Ironic, isn't it? Every time he was sealed into an Uzumaki and their husband were the ones to defeat him. This was the time that the tradition got broken, when the beast was finally sealed in a male. Anyways, he remembered another soul beside him entering the child. He had looked for weeks and finally struck upon the human feeding himself, though how he had managed to conjure the food was a mystery for him. Oh, the human, he was the one to seal him in the first place. He was going to enjoy this. He was going to beat the guy up, heal him, and beat him all over again. The only problem was, the human was a bit hard to beat up, and he was getting bored of this game of cat and mouse. He didn't like this human much. The Kyuubi wanted a nap. So was the time when the Kyuubi curled his tails over himself, started his mid-battle nap. Minato thought this as a time to come out of his cover and analyze the battlefield. The room was massive, about 4 times the Kyuubi's size, easily the biggest he had seen. At one side, instead of a wall, there were vertical bars just barely wide enough for a human to squeeze through. The opposite wall had a big crater in it. That was when the Kyuubi had discovered him and attacked. The Kyuubi was weak right now. That was the only reason he had survived an hour against the creature. He looked at the slumbering form of the great beast. Nothing like when it was trying to destroy him 5 minutes ago. He went over to it and used a jutsu to bind the Kyuubi in chakra-absorbing chains. They wouldn't hold that long, but he only needed a few minutes to converse a small truce. If he couldn't do that, well, he just had to hide before the chains snapped. He waited, and waited, and waited. The demon lord awoke. The Kyuubi started to stretch and stopped. "I'm tied up, aren't I?" the Kyuubi asked sarcastically. "Yep," the Yondaime replies joyfully. "Knew I shouldn't trust you lowlifes." The Kyuubi grumbled. Trust us, you're a frickin' demon," the Yondaime retorted. The Kyuubi sighed. "Anyways," the Yondaime continued, "I'm the 4th Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves, Minato Namikaze. And I'm the Kyuubi no Yoko, you damn lowlife." "Yeah. Now, why the hell were you attacking me? Are you idiot humans really that stupid? You were the person that put me in a jail and you're asking me why I attacked you." "Oh right, I did attack you, didn't I? Yeah, but you're the one attacking my village." "It wasn't me," the Kyuubi said in what he thought was a quiet voice. That honestly surprised the former Hokage. He really hadn't expected the demon to say that. He thought the Kyuubi would boast about it, considering that they were demons after all. The Kyuubi saw the surprise on his face and understood. "We demons don't enjoy killing, you know. We don't attack for fun either. It was me, but I wasn't in control of my masked maw. The one who called himself Madara Uchiha." "Yeah, but how do you know that? He was the one who attacked me and killed Kushina." His voice got pained edge from then on. "My previous Jinchuriki," the Kyuubi cautiously prodded. "Yeah, but it doesn't matter now. I need to move on. What I am asking right now is a small truce to not harm each other." The Kyuubi thought for a minute and solemnly agreed. Then they talked. They talked and talked and talked. Suffice to say, that the Kyuubi agreed that they will not attack each other or Naruto while they were trapped inside Naruto. Then they started on what they would teach Naruto and what they wouldn't. "There is a problem there," the Kitsune was explaining, his age and shelter obviously presents a problem, but what about my abilities? I am a demon lord and my abilities are an extreme secret. Telling you and the kit will put me in danger from both of you." Minato replied, "Aren't there any jutsus you know that could ensure our loyalty to the secret?" "There is one called the Heavenly Bind technique that is used for the utmost of important rituals, and this is certainly important." "So, when do we begin?" "Haha, not so fast, Demon Fox. Now what the hell is Heavenly Bind technique and what happens in it?" Alright, it's a technique in which the words are that matter most, and whatever is said during the technique binds the users together. If you willingly break the vow, you are to forever bear whatever punishment the other users subject upon you." "Okay, if that's it, I sug. Just doing it with me and Naruto together, as that will save a fair bit of time." "Speaking about time, you do realize that we're spending our whole lives in a big sewer with nothing but walls." "Oh, and how the damn heck do you plan on passing the time?" The Kyuubi was going to be a prisoner, but he was not going to be aboard one. The Yondaime was now an unusually happy man. You see, when he was hiding from the Kyuubi, the week it got sealed, he had discovered a remarkable thing. Considering that this was Naruto's dreamscape, it was purely based on his imagination. This ultimately happened to the man who designed the damn thing. And a few tweaks here and there changed that soon. And then a few copies of ICHA Paradise were as human much but enough medicine for the soon-to-come boredom. The only thing he couldn't conjure was living things. The Kyuubi laughed perversely along with Minato when he saw the books. Apparently, Jiraiya's books were also quite popular in the demon realm. "Anyways, Kyuubi, before you were trying kill me and after me telling about myself, you suddenly get along like we're old pals. What the hell is your deal anyways?" The Kyuubi went silent for a moment. "It does look like I can trust this one," he thought. "Alright, human, it is time for you to learn about the ninth-tailed beast and the rest of the demon lore. From what you told me about your petty race, you view demons as vile creatures and not as worthy to live as your own kind. You think of our personality as animals that kill for fun and terrorize your race meaninglessly. I know that not a LL humans that think that, but the majority still views us as that. Some of you also think of us as weapons to be used to your consent. But we demons are not like that. We only serve the death god and work for him. There are demon lords like me that are allowed more free reign. And then we take second job for balance, gives extra pay, you see, for then we have to even out the power spread at the order of Kami. There are some of us that go on to the darker side and portray that image for the rest of us. But what almost all of us agree on is that you humans are really petty creatures, never taking scope of things. That you do. You uproot trees without a care in the world that those things are the ones keeping you alive, giving you oxygen. You destroy and mutilate whatever you think is hostile, even if that destroys a food chain. You all are pretty much demons when you think about it. About being evil, you have worse monsters than we do in the underworld. That Orochimaru bastard you told me about, and the Madara Uchiha are just a few. You should have seen the ones around the world I saw. They were just as bad or worse. Anyways, I didn't always reside in the underworld, you know. I was once part of a supreme being called the Ten Tails. That thing was worse than all the tailed beasts combined. Actually, that thing was as tailed beasts combined. The Sage of the Six Paths as the one to beat it and capture it inside himself and becoming the first Jinchuriki. Great man, if there ever was one. He knew that the big guy was strong and couldn't hold for long. So, he used trained jutsu to split the 10 tails into 9 different beings, which became the tailed beasts you know of today. Then that guy sealed the 10 tails body in the moon. When the Sage of the Six Paths died, I had nowhere to go, so I took a job in the underworld and lived there from then on. I still miss the old man, you know. Really great man. The Kyuubi sighed. The Yondaime sat there speechless. He was overwhelmed at the information presented to him today. But Kyuubi, you still didn't answer the original question I asked. Why do you trust me in Naruto with this information? The Yondaime quietly asked. That. From what you told me about yourself, you are either a really good man or an even better liar, and believe me, not many people can lie to a demon and get away with it. From what I think of you, you will raise Naruto with the same ideals and beliefs you have. So I can say it's safe enough for me to trust you both. Oh, and Minato, how did you get the ICHA paradise? I don't see a bookstore around here. Alright, you trusted me, and I'll trust you. I made a few tweaks to the seal and I can conjure anything I want except living things since this Naruto's dreamscape. You can do it too. Try to give this place an once over. The Kyuubi did just that and the sewer was instantly transformed into a plush VIP loft with every type of comfort known to man or demon. The only problem was that they were giant-sized. That didn't remain a problem for long as Minato used one of the Akamichi _s jutsus to grow considerably bigger than normal. He also had to maintain it, but the Kyuubi. I told him to link the jutsu to the demon chakra so that it could remain there for an indefinite amount of time. Minato soon agreed and he was now as large as the Kyuubi. Now what he wanted to do was check out the place that the Kyuubi made. He looked around. Apparently, this was the living room. Some plush couches against the wall and a wall-sized TV in front. Instead of the prison bars, there was red double door to the left of the TV. In front of the couches an exquisite wooden table. Also, connected to the TV was every known game console known to anyone. And beside that was a bookshelf filled to the brim with DVDs and video games. All in all, it was dreams come true. He decided to check out the rest of the loft later and indulge in some mindless video game madness. The Kyuubi indulged himself in a lava mud baths he had made. Outside, Naruto sighed contentedly. Author _s note. Alright, I'm a bit tired after all of that, so I'm going to take a break. Again, I appreciate the reviews that all of you put out there. I want to know what is thought of my fanfic and anything that you might have to say. I _LL start the 3rd chapter soon. It's about Naruto's bad childhood. Oh, and I already got a good storyline down. PS3 and Skyrim rule. Peace. Hey kid, I'm your papa. A.N. So, yeah, here's the third chapter of 2 Tenets. It will tell you about Naruto's childhood and how he meets his dog D and Kyuubi and part of his reasons for his powerful nature in the story. Oh, thanks for the reviews guys. Well, that's done so, onwards. Chapter 3. Meeting. Get back here, you monster. Freak. Die. Demon. Go back to hell, you demon. Quote. That was conversation between the mob and the small malnourished child that was currently running from it. Help. That was when the mob suddenly stopped and he little boy collided into a white-haired old man. The boy grunted as he fell. He looked upon the man who saved him. A spark of recognition filled his eyes along with its glimmers of hope. The young boy went behind the white-haired man and hid himself from the mob. When the white-haired man saw that, his eyes filled with anger and hate towards the people. All of you are sentenced to an hour-long session with Ibiki and Anko. He motioned to the Anbu behind him, take them to the tower. When the Anbu finished taking the mob away did the child finally come out from behind the man. You tell old man. What was that all about anyways? Why the hell is they after me that badly? I mean, I know the 4th Hokage died today but why are they after me that badly? It's not about you Naruto. Are angry about what happened to Minato and when you pull all those pranks, you make them angrier. Today they just snapped and came after you. I'm here so you have nothing to worry about now. Naruto just grumbled and headed home. At home, he just knew it wasn't because of the pranks he pulled. He never hurt anybody either, so that was definitely not the reason. Then he started to cry. He cried and cried and cried until he didn't even know where he was anymore. The only thought on his mind was, they all hate me, I am a failure. You're not a failure Naruto. That made Naruto pause. He looked around. He wasn't in his apartment anymore. He was in some sort of large sewer. There were pipes running above him. And the biggest thing, the voice came from a man in front of him. He was dressed in a blue full-sleeved shirt and matching pants. He wore a white coat with flames at the bottom. He had long, spiky blonde hair that ran down to his shoulders. In a nutshell, it was an older version of Naruto without the whisker marks. Now, Naruto being the 6-year-old that he is, he asked the first question that came into his mind. Who the hell are you? The man sighed, and then spoke. Do really need a mirror to see it? Naruto looked at himself, then at the man in front of him. Then his brain ran amok, and then it stopped at one of the words he always wanted to say in his life. Dad. Then he looked lovingly at the boy. Hello son. Naruto's brain went into lockdown. The villagers were completely forgotten now. Is it really you dad? What happened to you? Where were you all this time? What about me? Where's mom? Did you come to stay? The question just kept running off his tongue as soon as they entered his mind. Slow down Naruto. Don't burn your tongue. I'll answer all of them. Yes, it's really me. I was killed 6 years on this day. All this time I was inside of you. I'm sorry you got such a bad childhood Naruto. Your mom unfortunately is also dead. And yes, I'll be here with you always. Naruto was thoroughly confused now. He was happy, but really confused. He opened his mouth but his father raised his hand. Naruto stopped. His father started to explain. He explained who he was. He was the Yondaime. He was the 4th Hokage, the Yellow Flash, the man who eradicated a whole army just by himself. Then he began on his mother. How Kushina was the loudest, bras. Heston the most wonderful woman he ever had the pleasure to meet. How she never gave up and always kept going forward. Then he told Naruto of the 9 tails. He told him how Jinchuriki were made and how his wife was one of them. He told him of the masked man and how he was controlling the Kyuubi. He told him how he sealed himself and the demon within Naruto. At this point, Naruto gasped. He knew now. This was the reason that the villagers hated him. The Yellow Flash continued on. Now, the man told the boy how he had been inside the seal. He told him how he mourned Kushina's death. He told him of him and Kyuubi's talk and truce. He told him how he changed the seal to allow him to conjure stuff. Naruto, sitting there, awed, then snapped out of it and tried that. He thought hard about the thing utmost on his mind. He thought of his mother. Nothing happened. He thought of a life-size portrait of his mother. Instantly, There was a large picture of a lady in a light red kimono with gold highlights. That woman's hair was also red and falling behind and below her shoulders. Minato fell backwards. Of all the things he had expected, tears came to his and Naruto's eyes. This was her. This was the woman that he loved with all his heart. I'm sorry for doing this to you, son. I'm sorry for sealing the 9 tails into you. Can you ever forgive me? His son had fire in his eyes and yet it warmed his heart. Forgive you, Dad. Forgive the man who birthed me. Forgive the man who told me that I'm the son of a legend. Forgive the man who told me that I have the most powerful being on earth right now sealed inside of me. Forgive the man who told me about my mother. Forgive my own parent. Now, in exactly all of that, why the hell should you apologize? I'm not mad at either you or Mom for doing this to me. It's just that I never got the love of a parent, and with the villagers hating me and everything, I was really lonely. His father stared at him, and then he laughed. He laughed until it hurt, but he just couldn't stop. His son was just standing beside him looking like he won the lottery, which in a sense, he had. Anyways, Dad, where's Kyuubi? Oh yeah, Kyuubi, you should come here. The Yondaime led Naruto through the long hallway. They arrived at what could be seen as an even bigger room than the hallway that they were in. Naruto couldn't proceed because there were bars blocking him. About halfway up the bars, there was a paper tagged with the kanji for seal. Past that was an infinite amount of darkness. Minato yelled out, Kyuubi, oh Kyuubi. Let a demon sleep, will ya? A gruff voice demanded. Oi lazy ass, your host is here to see you. Right then, their view was clouded by orange. More specifically, orange fur. Then they saw that the orange fur had a face, 4 arms and some tails. Actually, make those exactly 9 tails. Minato looked on like it was a daily occurrence, which it probably was. Naruto peed his pants, almost. But that was quickly forgotten as he gathered up his remaining self out of fear and looked him right in the eye. The Kyuubi was apparently surprised with that and smiled menacingly. Naruto was told about the Kyuubi before by Minato. Oh, he knew that the stare was false and he still looked into his cat-like crimson eyes. Well, this kid has some guts, the demon thought. Maybe it'll be fun teaching this one. Hey Kyuubi. Yes, hi Kit. Kyuubi, is that your actual name or just a title? The Kyuubi looked surprised that someone had asked him that. No, you're right, that's not my real name. My real name is actually Kurama. Alright Kurama. So, he turned to Minato, what now Dad? Okay Naruto, now that the introductions are done, it's time that I do something for you. You told me that you wanted to be a ninja, right? Naruto nodded at that. So, what do you think about being the best one? In fact, you could be so strong that by the time you start going to the academy, I bet you could beat the old man Hokage easily. For now your goal to get strong is to beat me in combat when holding nothing back. Then, you will also be trying to beat Kurama there in combat too. Are you crazy, Dad? Beat the 9 tails. That's a freaking demon. Don't worry Naruto, when you have to do that, you will be stronger than your own old man. Anyways, to get on that level of strength, you have to train really hard. For now, I have to figure out how to do all this. Anyways, now, go back home and get 4 pieces of cloth. Tie them around your arms and legs each. I have to talk with Kurama here. With that, Naruto backed out of his consciousness or tried to find those clothes that his dad told him about. He found one of his old shirts and tore out some bandage-like piece that would cover his forearms and legs and spread evenly. He did that, wrapped then around his arms and legs and then laid down on the bed to get back into his consciousness. There, when Minato saw him, he called him over quickly and then started on his training for the years to the academy. Hey Naruto, you're going to have to train really hard to become strong. What we will do is that you're going to learn all you can about being a ninja from me. You will do laps around the village every day at sunrise and sunset. The number of laps depends on how much you can take. You are an Uzumaki, so I know that you have a nearly limitless stamina. While that is going on, I will train you with your chakra. After the month, in which I expect a full understanding of it, you will be using those bandages as weights. I will increase the weight as soon as movement gets easy enough. Then we will increase your chakra control and Kurama will start training you too. I will teach you a lot of jutsus and also instruct you on various forms of taijutsu. Ma will also teach you taijutsu and demon jutsu. He will also instruct you on how to control his chakra. Every weekend, we spar. Give it all you got. If you do this for until you go to the academy, you will surely surpass everyone currently in the village. I want my son to be the best, and the best he will be. Are you up for it, Naruto? Yosh. Alright then. Your training starts tomorrow, so now walk around the village and rest up. Just remember to keep all this a secret. We wouldn't want the villagers to know that you are training this much. Don't tell the old man either. If you really want to tell it to the closest of your friends that you will trust with the secret for the Kyuubi. But all in all, I wouldn't want anyone to know about this before we know fully about them. As for where you will train, the Forest of Death is rarely used by anyone and almost notices what happens inside it. If anyone even comes close, then Kurama can sense them and warn us. Now rest up, Naruto. Your life is going to get much crazier. Alright Dad. Good night, Naruto. You have no idea how happy I am, Dad, Naruto thought. This is the best day of my life. With that, Naruto backed out of his consciousness and went to sleep almost as soon as his back hit the bed. The next day, Naruto started doing just what his father had asked of him. He also got a very big shock when his father's voice came out of his own head. Naruto swore he could hear the Kyuubi rolling around and laughing in his head. Anyways, Naruto did about 28 laps around the village before tiring to a certain point. But he could still go on when Minato stopped him. Then, Naruto went back inside his mindscape. His father taught him all about chakra for the rest of the day. By that time, Naruto had rested up nicely and did even more laps at sunset. Minato was satisfied with the first day. Naruto was asleep pretty soon. This continued for 4 years until Naruto had chakra control surpassing the Yondaime Hokage. His taijutsu was coming along nicely and in genjutsu, he could hold his own. His dad taught him a lot of jutsus, some of which were completely mastered in a couple of days, like the water dragon jutsu, while some took months. Like the Hiraishin or the Rasengan. Now, at 8 years of age, Naruto almost equaled the 4th Hokage in strength. And, also, all of this was done in a completely secretive fashion. It wasn't all safe though. Some of the techniques Naruto learned were Kage or Sannin level. The only reason Minato taught Naruto these techniques at such a young age was because he still felt guilty about all the things the villagers did to Naruto. Naruto himself was subtly aware of this but liked to know new jutsu, so he didn't bother the topic much. One of the lessons, oddly, was ONCE when his dad told him to sit down and not move for half an hour. It wasn't as easy as Naruto thought and it took him a couple of weeks. His dad wouldn't say anything about it though. He was just happy that Naruto did it successfully. After 6 months of Naruto honing his skills, it was one fateful day when a 10-year kid beat one of the strongest people in the world. Yes, Naruto had finished the first of his goals. He had beaten his own dad, the Yondaime Hokage, in combat. Naruto and Minato were neck and neck at the start. Both of them were competing using only taijutsu when Naruto cast a genjutsu on Minato and the Yondaime had no choice but to back off and dispel the genjutsu before trying to go back in. He got no such though when Naruto shot a water dragon at him. He used a mud wall to block it and countered with a barrage of kunai. Hidden among those kunai was a tri-pronged on-2. Naruto predictably dodged all of them. Minato quickly teleported to Naruto's back but was predictable. Why caught with the hair shield Minato himself had taught him. The Yondaime backed off and made an earth clone. Both of them prepared a Rasengan to hit Naruto with it. Naruto dodged and tried to counter with a punch when he was slashed with a kunai the real Minato was holding. Naruto turned around and used a fireball to gain some time and distance. The Yondaime dodged, it started a hail of kunai on Naruto. Naruto dodged almost every one. The last one nicked Naruto on his shoulder and he lost his concentration. He was just in time to dodge a large water dragon by the former Hokage. They both backed off momentarily. They both started to regain their breath. You put up a hell of a fight, Naruto, but I think it's time for me to get serious. The Yondaime was panting. No way, Dad. I'm not giving up anytime soon," Naruto exclaimed. They both regained their breath and resumed. This time, the Yondaime was using his tri-pronged little tools too. Naruto was having his butt kicked right now, so he decided to take it up a notch too. He immediately emptied all the chakra he had placed in his bandages. That aforementioned weight was about 500 pounds right now, 100 on each arm and leg and 100 on the chest that he started a few months after the original ones when the Kyuubi mentioned it to him. He felt so relieved that he thought he could just about float right now. Except that the Yondaime could come at him from just about anywhere right now. He was panicking. I have got to focus, damn it, he thought. He started to rationalize his mind, started to think logically. The kunai, he stared in his mind. Dad's kunai are the ones teleporting him. He put on a burst of speed and ran as far as he could without the range of attack on him. His dad threw the kunai slight to the left of him. Naruto turned to kick his dad right next to him. There was a yellow flash, he was the one soaring through the air instead. Minato Namikaze had a smirk plastered on his face. Naruto cursed. How could this happen? He reprimanded himself. Of course, the kunai weren't the only things that were capable of sporting a seal for the Hiraishin. His jacket. Yes, that was it. He immediately took it off and threw it away from himself. His father's smirk changed into a proud smile. Naruto took in every bit of love from it and started preparing his next move. Hiraishin, which was what he was going to use too, but he quickly crossed that idea. His father could teleport easily to his own kunai. Wait, if his dad could teleport to his kunai, then he can teleport to his father's kunai too. With that realization in his mind, he started to prepare the strongest non-lethal Rasengan he could and did a Hiraishin right in front of the Yondaime. Then a Rasengan in the stomach later. The fight was over. But you really should have seen the look on the Yondaime's face when Naruto's face suddenly smiled at him and he felt himself fly backwards. He fell on the floor and didn't move. Naruto did a little victory dance, but when he saw the fallen form of his dad, he grew worried. He raced over and saw that his father had a small crater in his stomach. He immediately bent down and started using the mystical palm technique. His dad, with the aid of the technique, quickly recovered and patted Naruto on the back. Well, Naruto, you finally did it. You beat your old man in a fight. Though if I was going all out, all there old be left of you would be a bloody pulp. Now his tone turned a bit more serious. Still, Naruto, even if I really wasn't fighting full on, you did beat me. So, I'm going to give you a bit of reward. What's the reward? Come on, tell me, Dad. Naruto jumped up and down excitedly. You know how I've been training you for a while now, right? Naruto nodded. Kurama is locked inside of you, and now that you're strong enough, he can finally train you. There's one more thing. Naruto looked curiously at his father. The Yondaime Hokage sighed. Naruto, I detected some of Kushina's chakra in you. Naruto gasped. So mom is here too. Quote, the Yondaime sighed again. He had tears in his eyes now. No, Naruto. Your mom did put some chakra in here, but it isn't her soul like me. Instead, it's there, but it's there for a specific purpose. If that chakra is released, it will stay until it is all gone. What I mean to say is that the moment you do whatever she put as a trigger, that chakra will be eased and you will finally get to meet your mom. By now, Naruto had tears in his eyes and a smile threatening to break off his face. He was really happy now. 4 years ago, he was a lonely orphan beaten by the village. Now, he had beaten his own dad and was going to be meeting his mom pretty soon. But, we actually don't know what the trigger is, so, you can't meet your mom until then. It's all right, Dad. It's just nice to know that I can finally meet my parents. They wiped away their tears and smiled at the prospect from meeting Kushina. Just then, Kurama intervened. Hey kid, time for your training. Come on, Kurama. I just fought Dad and barely won in one piece. The nine-tailed demon grinned sadistically. Then, for the next hour or so, Naruto practiced his demon cloak in the forest of death. Seals were already in place to avoid anyone from feeling Kyuubi's chakra. When he finally went home, he was battered beyond recognition. The chakra of Kurama healing him as he slept the night away. The last thought in his head being that he should ask the old man Hokage to enroll in the ninja academy. Alright, the chapter is finally complete. It's a long one too. As usual, read, review, recommend. And rest until the next chapter comes out. Oh, and I need a good writer that can write really good fighting scenes and another writer that would write the mushy scenes for the Naruhina in the story. Please PM me for more information and if you want to write or not. Credit will be given where it is due. Tell me if did anything wrong. Oh, and sorry this chapter was so late, I'm thinking I'm getting addicted to Skyrim now. SpyGuy001 out. Peace. Rebels rule you chumps. A.N. So this is the next chapter for 2 tenants. Read the bottom one if you're really that interested in author's notes. This is the one where Naruto enrolls in the academy and whatever happens next. Alright then, let's move onwards. Chapter 4. Friendship. Minato Namikaze was thinking. He was really thinking. He was thinking about his son. He was really thinking about his son. He was thinking about his son's accomplishments. Naruto had to be an Anbu commander in strength alone by now, add Kyuubi's teachings to the mix and he was easily Sannin level. He had asked the Sandaime about going to the academy and had been enrolled. I've taught almost everything he can handle. Ah well, he's pretty strong for any mission right now. I can't wait to see his face when they assign him D-rank missions. The Yondaime laughed at that thought. Kurama looked over at him strangely. The Yondaime had been teaching the Kyuubi about ninja life. The Yondaime told Kurama what he had been thinking about. Both of them laughed this time. You shouldn't worry Minato. He was taught by a Hokage and a demon lord. He has been taught stealth by a fox. The academy should be no trouble at all. Hey, I sensed Danzo's chakra at several occasions. Is there something going on? Danzo is a power-hungry guy Kurama. Most likely he's trying to use Naruto. I know him and his cronies. All he wants is to rule whatever exists in the world. I'm not even sure if Root is disbanded yet. Anyways, I taught Naruto whatever I could about seals and he's a seal master now too. But just in case he does need it, I got a plan to let the Sandaime know that Naruto has been trained at home. Fortunately that would suffice if things get out of hands and he uses jutsu that he doesn't know at this age, or we can just blame it on your chakra. That effectively ended the conversation and Kurama went to read a bit more about the puny mortals. That's it, the Yondaime suddenly exclaimed. Chakra, elemental chakra, that's what we haven't taught him yet. I haven't even told him about it. Hey, Kurama, tell you what, I'll train him that when he graduates. Hey, Minato, don't you think that it's too early to teach him all this? You do know that he is barely 11 and able to take on the Sannin in full-on combat. He might not be able to wield that power rightfully, what then? Kurama, I know that Naruto is young. I get that, but what about all the things that he will be facing as he grows older? The masked man who called himself Madara, Danzo, and the rest of the village that's out to get him. They won't care what age Naruto is and certainly will come for him when he's the most vulnerable. I really don't want to lose him and I have to make him prepare for the time that they do come for him. I am not letting my son get hurt when I didn't train him when I could have. Anyways, turn on the TV. Naruto should wake up by now. They turned the TV on and the Yondaime sat at the couch and the fox curled up next to him. They awoke to Naruto brushing his teeth and humming in front of the sink. The two extended their consciousness to join Naruto's. So, today is the day for your first academy class kit. You better pay attention. I don't want my apprentice to become a failure. Naruto heard the voice and if you were to be looking at Naruto closely, you would have seen no indication that he was surprised by the gruff voice. But you know, if you had done the same thing over the years, then you would have seen him getting used to the change gradually. That added to the fact that ninja had to be excellent deceivers completely explained how he was not a little bit surprised when there was talk in the back of his mind. Anyways, back to their conversation. Naruto did nothing but snort in front of the mirror, but his mind had a three-way conversation. Come on Furball, I'm cage level already, Ninja Academy will be nothing for me. All I will get to do there is sleep. That's really helpful when my weights increase these days. I have to drag my butt off the bed to even stand. Why the hell did you have me put demonic chakra in there? The chi stuff is even more intense than my own and nearly weighs twice as much. The boy's father quickly interrupted the boy's complaining rant and reassured him quickly. Don't do that Naruto. If Danzo, the elders, or the masked man got wind of your power, then you will surely be captured, used, or killed. I really don't want that happening to my son. And besides, the power is there only to protect yourself and the people you love. Remember, you are still 10 years old, have fun, make friends, enjoy your childhood. You know Naruto, you won't have that fun when you're Hokage. Almost all you get to do is paperwork, and more paperwork. And Naruto, there will be people in your life that you can trust with your life and certainly this secret too. Try to find these people. They will be your own precious people. The ones that you protect with your own life. Sure Dad, I get it. I may really hate the people of Konoha, but if they change their views on me and apologize I won't take long to forgive. When Hokage, I will do my duty to my village. Protect it with my life, whatever it takes of me. You should know Naruto, that I'm proud to call you my son. Naruto's heart swelled up with the praise. But the demon inside him interrupted. You do realize that you have to get to the academy and you might be a little late because of talking and cooking instant ramen for the last 15 minutes. You should really hurry to the academy. Naruto swore, and ran as fast as a civilian stamina freak can without aching his muscles, which is to say, really fast for a civilian. He barged in the classroom just as the roll call was being finished. Uzumaki Naruto, here, he yelled cheerily and skidded to a halt in front of the teacher. The teacher sighed, I'm Yumino Iruka and I will be teaching you this year to become ninja. Please take an empty seat. Naruto turned around and glanced at the curious faces of his new classmates. With that first glance, he could tell that there were only 8 people worth noticing. They were not impressively so, but compared to the rest of the class, they were better off. 2 of these 8 were sitting in the bottom row of classroom. The first one as a blonde girl in a purple t-shirt and a matching purple skirt. She was glancing behind her every once in a while. The second person was a boy with a white t-shirt and a green no-sleeved coat. He had spirals on his cheeks and was contentedly munching on a few potato chips. On the second row, there were 3 kids of particular interest. The first one was sitting lazily with his arms on the desk, a boy with his hair in a pineapple fashion and t-shirt over a fishnet. He had that intelligent gleam in his eyes, the same that Naruto had. They locked eyes. The boy found his match. Naruto nodded slightly, the boy nodded back. The boy with the cheek markings, Naruto assumed Akimichi by what his dad taught him, looked curiously at the smart boy. Next to the smart boy was another boy in gray hoodie and small puppy and slash markings on his cheek. He had been smiling lecherously at the girls in the room. Naruto assumed Inuzuka and pervert both. The next one was a girl in pink hair and makeup mostly. She wore a red t-shirt and also kept glancing behind her. Her green eyes glaring daggers at the girl on the bottom row. Naruto's eyes slipped up to the next row with its 3 interesting occupants. The first one was a brooding boy in a blue t-shirt and a bored and arrogant expression. Kyuubi told that his chakra was one of the Uchiha. Okay, arrogant expression, definitely an Uchiha. His father agreed. The next was a boy with a gray overcoat and glasses. Naruto heard the buzz off insects off him and Kurama confirmed it for him. It was definitely an Aburame. The last person was a shy timid girl with short dark blue hair. She wore a light blue sweater and was looking at him curiously. The biggest thing was her eyes. They were white with no pupils. His dad told him that it was a Hyuga. He led back at her and she shied back a bit with a smile. Out of all the seats available, hers was the only one he chose, so he walked up the stairs and sat beside her. Iruka hid a smile and started the class. All right now, let's start by why all of you are here. You are here to become ninja to protect and preserve your village. It is the reason that you're here. You decided to go ahead and try to be the best you can. As for why all of you were chosen is because you met all the required conditions for being here in the academy. Those reasons are the follow. You love the village and hope to preserve peace and prosperity. You have a mind that won't yield and you are able to endure grueling hard work and training. You have a healthy mind and body. The class was listening attentively when they heard 2 snores. The first one was from the person who Naruto dubbed smart and the other one was from Naruto himself. Both of you, wake up and listen. Iruka yelled at them from the front of the class. Come on Iruka-sensei. I already have to listen these lectures from old man Hokage and it's not helping by hearing the same from you. Naruto muttered sleepily. That is not my problem, Naruto, and you should show the Hokage some respect. Iruka yelled even more. The boy with the puppy and Naruto grimaced. Ouch, Iruka-sensei. Alright, I'll listen. He perked up immediately. Iruka seemed satisfied and continued the lecture. Naruto though was thinking about something else entirely. The lecture continued on and Naruto's mind drifted elsewhere. When it was over, Iruka told the students to recess. Naruto extended his hand over to the person beside him, Naruto Uzumaki. The girl timidly raised her own hand and let out an eep when he gripped it tight and shook it hard. She reddened her fair skin and let out a shaky, Hinata Hyuga. Naruto, acting dumb, asked her, did I squeeze too hard or something? Are you okay? Your face is red and everything. Hinata blushed again. She reprimanded herself on making her first friend worry about her. She shook her head and started. Anyo, Naruto-kun, it's alright, it's nothing you did. Don't worry about it. Naruto saw the smart boy and the boy with the spirals on his cheeks coming towards them. Then there were a small amount of handshakes and introductions and the four of them quickly became friends. Naruto then saw the Aburame sitting alone in a corner and approached him with his friends trailing behind. He sat beside him and extended his hand once more. The Aburame gripped after hesitation. Shino Aburame, Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi. Shino looked hesitantly at them. They didn't know of the insects in his body, but if he told them, he might lose his first friends, but he didn't want false friends either. Therefore he decided to tell them about the insects in his body. When he laid out the news to them all, they just laughed it off and said who cared. Shino then decided that these were his new true friends. Naruto then caught Shikamaru's eye and gestured to their group. Shikamaru understood and laughed alongside Naruto. The rest of them looked at the both curiously. Naruto started explaining. You know what, guys? From what we know about each other, I can tell that all of us are some kind of outcasts. I mean, Shikamaru isn't wanted because of his laziness, Choji isn't wanted because of his clan relations and what he eats. And Shino isn't wanted because of the insects in his body, Hinata isn't wanted because what her clan thinks of her, and I am not. He stopped and got serious all of a sudden. Anyo, I know Naruto isn't wanted because my clan told me to stay away from him. Hinata voiced quietly. Naruto laughed. Wow, Hinata-chan, that's a slap your clan's face already. Hinata blushed at the praise. That is correct, and my insects were also wary of you when you first entered the classroom and we wish to know why you were not accepted. Me too, Naruto. Whenever I see you at Ichiraku's, the people in the village seem barely able to control not to hit you all the time. It's actually way worse than the rest of us. Choji also told him. Naruto sighed. Guys, before I tell you what it is, you need to know more about something. You will gradually know what that is. The day you know the something, that is the day I will tell what you need to know. But for now, you guys just need to be patient, alright? The others nodded. Naruto continued. That said, I just thought of the perfect prank to introduce the outcasts to Konoha. What do you say, guys? All of them nodded, some more reluctantly than others. But they all agreed. Alright, then, Shikamaru is our planner along with me. Choji, gather all the vegetable oil you can without getting noticed. Shino, place a bug in all of the civilian homes that you can manage while going home. Hinata, you are to be scouting around with your Byakugan and see that we don't get noticed. And we all initiate the plan tonight. Hinata, you have to get out of your house tonight. Good luck with that. Or I can help you out. Hinata blushed and said that she can manage. Naruto bantered on. Alright, the prank is to let the civilians in the village know how much their butt likes their sidewalk. I and Shikamaru work out all the technicalities. All of us meet tonight at the park at 10. If you aren't there in the 15 minutes that follow, you are assumed to be compromised and cannot participate in the operation. I am leading this prank. Biggest of all, remember, this is all top secret. Treat it that way. Oh, and guys, I'm only king off the idiot mask in front of you guys. Keep that in mind and act normal when I don't act smart. Oh, and I really suggest all of you study hard. You have the permission to hide it, but you better have that information in your head. Oh, and no one beside ourselves is supposed to know about your improvements. Once you know my secret, I will start to train all of you personally. Now, continue on with your life just like you found 4 new friends, which you did. Meeting adjourned. The rest of them were gaping at him now, but not at once they gained their bearings. They waited for the bell to ring with some small talk about them. Once it did, they went back to class and acted normal. Though they had a few slips, they weren't perfect after all. If you were a citizen of the mighty village of Konoha, and you stayed up to 10 feet o'clock in the park, you might have seen the soon-to-be famous, the outcasts, gathered there. But there just wasn't a citizen there to witness it. No, not even you. But there was a meeting there, in case you were wondering. Outcasts. That was a whisper that emanated exactly at 10:15 p.m. There was no one there, yet the whisper was carried on by the wind, leader reporting. And more surprisingly, there were replies. Strategist reporting. Then there was a sigh and something sounding like, troublesome. Mapper reporting. Then a slight buzzing if you listened really close. Anyo. Scout reporting. Then a sigh and fast breathing. Gatherer reporting. Then there was ruffling paper and munching. After that there was nothing at all. Then the sources of the 5 noises came out of the bushes. There were 4 boys and 1 girl. All of them were dressed in black. They waited as if someone was going to spring at them at any point of time. Then after a few minutes, they relaxed. Hey, Choji, do you have the oil? One of them asked. Right here, Naruto. Another one replied and showed a gourd to the rest of the people. Right then, Shino, track all your bugs down and tell Hinata where they are. Hinata, we need to cover as many roads as we can and you have to make sure that we don't get discovered, okay? All right, came the reply from the girl figure. And then, Choji, you come up behind us all and spread the oil as wide as you can on the road. If you get to your own houses, spread the oil there too to avoid suspicion. Hinata and Shino are leading. Is everyone ready? Once there was a chorus of, hi, the 5 people set out to do the task that was set out for them. So, that was the procession that came down the roads of Konoha, the first night of, the outcasts, in action. Those were the 5 people trailing down the roads of Konoha. The ones at the front keeping a keen eye for where they were going, the ones in the middle supervising that all was done correctly. And the one in the back walking backwards and spraying from the gourd that he was carrying. They continued on until the one at the end whispered out, hey, Naruto, my oil is almost finished. The person in the middle acknowledged him with a nod. Okay Choji. Hey, Hinata and Shino, how much distance is left? Not much, Naruto-kun. We're almost done, just 2 blocks left. Alright, Choji, use all the oil you have. Shino, call back your insects and guys, let's finish up and go home. There were nods and after the spraying slowed down to a stop, they said their goodbyes. And went home to peacefully sleep the night away. Needless to say, they all laughed when Choji turned around and slipped on the oil he had just sprayed down. Then they all went home chuckling to themselves, Choji a little embarrassed. But still chuckling at his own expense. The next day, almost everyone in the class was late except the 5 who knew another way to the academy than the one they had sprayed with oil just last night. They all laughed when dirty looks were shot at them by almost everyone whose some part of body was wet with oil or bruised by someone colliding into them, thanks to the same oil. When Iruka came into the classroom, Naruto said to his friends that he had heard of students being late, but this was the first time he had seen a teacher being late instead. They all out again and dirty looks were shot at them, which only made them laugh harder. That and everything continue on for the rest of the day. And like that they were the closest friends many at the academy had ever seen. But then 6 months and lots of pranks later, there came a day when it was time to let the cat out of the bag. Alright everyone, today we will be discussing one of the biggest incidents in the history of Konoha. It happened only 11 years ago too. It was the time when the Kyuubi attacked our village and the Honorable 4th Hokage gave his life to kill the demon. Alright. What did you think of this chapter? Review please. I want to know what is thought about my story. Oh, and if you know someone who is great at writing fight scenes, please tell them to read this story in. DPM me if interested to write fights for me. Oh, if I was later than usual, it's because I couldn't write as my laptop was banned because of my mom. Happy reading to all of you, and the next chapter will be out soon. Spy Guy out, peace. Say hello to the demon. A.N. Alright, 5th chapter comes into the open now. It begins a short while after the last chapter left off and has the moment of truth. Guys and girls, I want to know if you like this story or not, and I want to know it from everyone that has 30 more seconds of their very precious life to review this story. And people, in case you didn't notice, that was sarcasm back there. I do thank all you who actually took the time to write one. I'm really serious about this all. Seriously, all done. Now that I've finished my rant there, onwards. Chapter 5. Revelations. All honor the memory the 4th Hokage is our hero. He saved us all from the Kyuubi. All right, that was all that happened 11 years when Konoha was destroyed and birthed into an even better village than it was before. That's all for now. You all can go out for recess, and I want you all back in an hour to continue the study of Yondaime. Naruto sighed. It is time, he thought. Time to let the fox out of the bag. He got up, looked around to be unnoticed, and then tapped small rhythm on the desk. 4 others in the room casted their glances around the room and repeated the same rhythm that he had done before. He looked around again and watched for any gazes upon him. When he felt none, he walked casually out the door into the old swing at the back of the academy near the forest. He sat down near it and looked up at the clouds. He wasn't there for 3 whole minutes that he was joined by the other members of his notorious organization. One of them took out a big bow and set out the food that was in it to everyone else. That person was Hinata Hyuga. She did this every day. She had done this for the past 6 months that she had been friends with the 4 people currently surrounding them. A lot of people had asked her why she was doing this. Mostly those people were either Ino Yamanaka or Sakura Haruno. They had asked her why she didn't bring lunch for their Sasuke-kun. She had scoffed and told them flat out she didn't care one bit about the arrogant toe rag that he was. Their gaping faces and Naruto's proud smile had made it worth the step out of her timid composure and the bad word that she had said. The 2 banshees hadn't bothered her after that. Now, she sat here sharing her lunch with her first friends. After about 15 minutes, they had all finished their lunches and were waiting for Naruto to state why he had called their meeting. After a while, Naruto sighed, and then he opened his mouth. All right, I can safely assume that all of you are wondering as to why I called this meeting today. There were several nods at that. He sighed again. Nay, Hinata, could you do the scan of our vicinity to see if we have anyone that might be where they shouldn't be right now? Hinata nodded and turned Hibakugan on. She sat there for a few seconds, then turned it off. None, she replied. Naruto acknowledged her. He continued. So, do you all remember when you asked me why I am shunned and hated above all in this village? More nods were seen. Well, I think it's about time I told you why. Gasps were heard now. Yep, and it all has to do with the lesson we got just today. You see, that lesson is not entirely true. The Kyuubi is a demon lord. The Yondaime is a human ninja. No ninja, however powerful, can kill a demon lord the power of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Instead, the Yondaime did whatever he could in his power to protect this village. In this case, it was to seal the demon away. Now, the demon, that degree of power cannot just be sealed in a jar or a basket or any other object. They cannot contain its power. The only other option was humans. Someone with developed chakra coils cannot house another set in their body. So now the only choice was someone with undeveloped chakra coils. In short, a baby with their umbilical cord cut freshly. Now, you may or may not know this, but my birthday is October 31st. The day Kyuubi attacked this village. The day when the Yondaime sacrificed himself in order to seal away a demon. It was the day the Kyuubi was sealed into me. There was silence then, but their eyes told a different story. Naruto's cerulean eyes now showed all the hate and anger he had endured before he was even 6 years old. Hinata had seen the pain in his eyes and was aware how easy she had it compared to him. She leaned over and hugged him. She was a reasonable person. When she had seen how he actually failed and just rebounded back harder than ever, she admired him. When she saw the leadership and authority in him as the leader of the outcasts, She admired him. For the kindness and compassion he had shown while being her friend, she admired him. Now, when she heard how much he had endured and still remained jovial, she realized that she might just like him. Naruto looked over at Choji. The plump boy looked at him plainly. I have been ridiculed all my life for being fat. Now I know that one of my best friends has been given the same treatment tenfold. I am honored to be your friend. Naruto was smiling by now. Shikamaru sighed. This might be troublesome, but I suppose I have to give a friend something good, so here it is. I have known you for 7 months and have not once seen anything even closely related to Kyuubi in your behavior. Therefore it is fully logical that you are the jailer, not the prisoner instead. Naruto gave the lazy ass a mocking bow. You did not care about the bugs in my body and I do not care about the fox in yours. That was all Shino said, but his words had a deeper meaning that Naruto understood. They were saying that they were his true friends, his precious people. He now realized what the will of fire was all about. Naruto wiped some stray tears from his eyes and grinned widely. The solemn mood over the clearing a moment ago was gone instantly. Instead replaced by a comfortable atmosphere that they were all familiar with from their days past. Now that that secret is out, I think you guys are ready for the next one. Hey, wait, how would you all like to meet the Kyuubi? All of the others gaped at him. What happened, guys? It's like I asked you all to meet the Kyuubi or something. Hey, lame joke I know, but I'm serious about this. Shino was the first to recover, closely followed by Hinata and Shikamaru. Choji was shook out of it by Shikamaru. I mean, he's still behind bars and it'll be a great chance to see it up close. Don't worry, I'm here, he won't hurt you. Naruto could see the fear and apprehensiveness in their eyes, but he knew they trust. Edhim would give their life to save him, as he would do the same. Slowly, the curiosity of seeing the great beast up close got to them and they nodded. Naruto continued. All right, I will need some tea. Me to prepare the necessary materials for this. I'll see you all at my apartment in a week's time. Remember, don't tell anyone what you heard today. And if I'm not mistaken, the bell will ring in a few minutes. Do whatever until then. But don't mention this conversation anytime between now and at my apartment next week. Naruto stopped and looked at all of them seriously. They nodded solemnly. Just then, the bell rang again and they got back to class gradually. That day, Naruto heard some students in the class mutter about how his little group had a far-off look in their eyes. Naruto and his tenants mused. They certainly had the right to be thinking about it. That week, almost none of them had their minds in anything they did. Hinata was constantly chastised by her father about how she constantly failed in her duties. The others didn't fare any better either. Naruto was also talking with Kyuubi on how they were going to present themselves. Kit, I say I pretend to hate all of you and tell them the truth when you're all older and you can understand more. Come on Kurama, they are my best friends. They won't betray me, ever. His dad intervened. Naruto, even if you have a good amount of power, you're still a kid. You need to listen to adults. But they need to be strong too, Dad. He whined. Minato Namikaze chuckled. How about a deal, Naruto? We tell them that the Kyuubi is a vile beast, but you got some of his memories and you have been training to the bone until now. You can train them like that, and when you all are older, we'll tell them the truth. Deal. Naruto sighed. Man, I have no choice in this. He thought grimly. It's really not fair. All right, Dad, don't worry about it Naruto, we'll tell them in a few years. And you know, I have some really good gifts for you when you graduate. Naruto's mood changed faster than the Hiraishin. Can you at least tell me, Dad? Please, 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 come on. The Yondaime just smirked and shook his head. Naruto pouted. Kurama laughed at the display before him and cursed the fact that he was a part of the 10 Tails. Otherwise, he actually might have lived like a normal fox and have had a family. He cleared his throat to get the attention of the occupants of the mind of one unique Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Alright, that's it for now. I promise to keep updating, but with high school coming up and everything, that might be even slower than before. Anyways, I know this chapter was short and everything, but I really had a writer's block and had to end this right here. I promise the next chapter to be the longest yet. In case anybody didn't read it yet, Toba's identity was revealed in the latest chapter. You might want to go read it now that you're online and all. Spy Guy 001 out. See ya in a few weeks, Aloe. Ing with a big chapter to go along with it. The Days of Youth. A.N. Alright, this is a big one. So, make sure to leave equally good review, please. I know that it's too much for an amateur author to ask. K for 30 more seconds of their readers that spent 15 minutes on the story anyways. But please, I beg of you. I beg you, kind readers, to spare me a minute more of that precious energy you spend laying down on a bed and scrolling through the chapter. Oh, how sore your finger must be from all that clicking and dragging on the smooth surface of your keyboard or mouse. It's too bad really. I recently ran out of finger massagers to lend to people. Oh well, you might get one in a few decades. Anyways, that was too much lollygagging, as the guards of Skyrim conveniently put it. With no more ado, onwards. Chapter 6. Academy. In one fine morning in the city of Konohagakure no Sato, Naruto sat on his futon. The four of his best friends were before him, and you could fully feel tension and the nervousness in the air in his tiny place. They had told they would come ready, and they were too, to an extent. As he prepared for the jutsu he was doing the seals slowly, for two big reasons. First was that he obviously not let his friends know his strength as much as he wanted to. The second was that he really hadn't practiced it that many times to completely do the hand signs in the blink of an eyeball. Munch, munch, munch. Choji was clearly excited for this, the beast behind bars and the most trustworthy friend in the whole world here. According to his optimistic self, nothing could go wrong while they were in the belly of the beast, or in this case, the belly holding the beast. As Naruto's hands were weaving the hand signs, Hinata was nowhere near the apartment. Her body was still there, mind you. Instead, she was wandering through her own memories. She was clear in thought. She liked Naruto. There was no denying it, but it was quickly becoming obsessive. She was thinking of him now too. The time when she was about to see the most dangerous creature on the world, she was thinking of him. Stop it, her outcast and Hyuga sides told her. This behavior is not befitting one of such position as you. She sighed mentally. This little crush was growing by crazy leaps and bounds. It was all she could do to keep control of herself and not be the obvious buffoon she would be around Naruto. His lessons while outcasts helped too, they helped a lot. All the while Hinata was thinking about her Naruto, Shikamaru knew that there were more than a dozen ways that this situation could be wrong. He trusted Naruto on this, but that didn't mean that mistakes couldn't happen. He knew that Naruto had taken every precaution he could. After all, Naruto was about as smart as him. It was what he would do. He realized he didn't have to worry anymore. Besides, worry was stress and he didn't need any more stress than his own mother. Leaving everyone else to their thoughts, Shino all the while was conversing with his bugs and telling them that they won't be in any danger from this at all. They were safe. Naruto finished his hand signs. He let his left hand drop under his shirt and it touches the seal while he extended his right towards them and unraveled 4 of his fingers from a fist. Alright guys, I'm ready. Just touch your foreheads to my fingers and don't freak out if you arrive in a sewer. If you do not arrive in the said sewer, well, you are pretty welcome to freak out any time you want. Naruto explained with calm. The others nodded obediently and leaned forward to do as told. Next thing they knew was lying in shallow water. They all got up to see Naruto already there. As he predicted, they were in some kind of sewer. Only this sewer was about 15 times the size of a normal sewer. And seemingly endless on one side and a large cage on the other. When they all got up, Naruto beckoned them all with a hand and they followed him, curiously looking at whatever they could. They stopped in front of the cage. They stared at it, enraptured. Naruto pointed them to a piece of paper in front of them and chuckled. Do you know guys, that I can destroy a LL of Konoha just by pulling that one little piece of paper? They all gaped at him. Just then, a deep laugh rumbled and they froze in fear. Knowing who was here except the 5 of them. The kid has a point, you know. All he has to do is pull the tag there and I will be free, though destroying the village is no use to me. Come on Runt, pull it off and no one in your pathetic village will be harmed. Come on, pull it off. Their eyes went wide as a massive orange wall filled their view. They backed up in fear but then saw the amused look that Naruto had and, reassured, allowed their eyes to settle upon the massive entity. It was covered in orange fur and had 9 long swishing tails behind it. It was the beast known as the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Naruto spoke then. Come on Furball, is that all today? Last time you had a death threat to rip off mine and my friends' heads and mount them on your neck as trophies. And what now? Try and hurt us now. Huh, come on, try it. I dare ya. The fox growled and Naruto laughed in its face. The massive fox raised its head into the air and started gathering chakra, and a black ball started floating there. He forced it down his mouth, pointed in their direction, and let loose. They were all frozen at the sight and the feeling of such massive chakra and killing intent. They started clawing at their throats to force the suddenly thick air. All except Naruto, that is, he saw their discomfort, glared at the fox, and released the jutsu. The 4 passengers that Naruto was using the jutsu on suddenly found themselves fully capable to breathe again and fell on their asses at the near death that they could all have had just now. And, eep, from a certain Hyuga later, they all got up and tried to regain their bearings. Finally, Shikamaru croaked out, Naruto, bro, whatever you do, please don't take us with you when you plan on insulting 9-tailed immortal beasts. Man, this is so troublesome. Naruto laughed sheepishly at their glare for a few seconds, but after some time, they all cracked up and were laughing and rolling on the floor of his apartment. When their tears stopped, stomachs started aching, they finally calmed down. Naruto looked at the small clock at his bedside. Apparently, time did pass while they were in his mind. Only, not as fast. They were in there for about 15 minutes, seeing the sights and insulting Kurama, which earned him a laugh from the fox. And a comment on how their faces looked at seeing him. Naruto also snickered silently. The drop on the ass part was the best one. 15 minutes in there was only 15 seconds in real life. Cool. Then he glanced at his best of friends and the members of his organization. They need some time to deal with this, he thought. Wow, you know, that was crazy, but guys, they had his full attention now. I know that you might not think so, but you need some time to digest the information and deal with accepting it. You should go home and rest and think about this stuff. A babble of protests greeted his words, but he raised his hands and it died down immediately. Guys, what you just saw and felt could have killed an ordinary civilian. You really need the rest. And besides, if you do so and show up at the meeting in a week and a half's time, I might actually consider going through and doing the new prank I planned. They had their orders now and it was time for them to start following them. They gloomily said their goodbyes, the eagerness for the new day and a new prank cheering them up a little. The rest of the day went unexciting for Naruto, except for the bickering he got on with Fox inside him. He kept yelling at Kurama for scaring his friends too much while the Kyuubi kept yelling about his reputation as a demon lord. But still, needlessly to say, the other members of the outcasts were quite distracted and got a hell of a beating when they were training. The next day in the academy, they were mainly studying about kenjutsu and resting from the beating at training yesterday. At lunch, Kiba had enough of goggling girls from afar and wanted to land one for him. He went for the apparently weakest girl in the class, Hinata. Hyuga, he sauntered over to her with a lecherous grin on his face and started hitting on her. Naruto and the others saw this. All of the others started towards the Inuzuka, but Naruto raised a hand and the stopped. Then, he himself walked over to the calm Hinata, who was ignoring all of Kiba's attempts. Hey, Kiba, he casually interrupted. Kiba turned to face him and snarled at him. What is it, you pathetic baka? Nothing, nothing. Naruto replied coolly, I'm just saying that you are bothering my friend and should stop real soon. Hinata was still standing there with the emotionless mask on her. Kiba sneered and poked him in the chest. And what will you do if I don't? You are a weak baka, Naruto, and you can't do anything to possibly stop me. You and your cronies don't stand a chance against me and Akamaru. Naruto chuckled. Kiba, tisk. Come on, man. Leave her alone and you won't be paid a visit by the outcasts. Kiba openly laughed hysterically. You connected to the outcasts? Oh, don't make die with laughter. Someone cool live them won't even look twice at a midget weakling like you. They play the best pranks in Konoha. Not like you attention-seeking pathetic attempts at pranking. He was sneering now. Naruto just chuckled. Whatever you say, Kiba, I'm telling the truth, and you just uttered a challenge to my associated group. For the next whole month, you will be paid regular visits by my associates. If you want it to stop, just tell me and I will tell you how. Now, I believe my friend doesn't appreciate your company. That little episode left everyone shocked at how fully the usually obnoxious brat had spoken. Most of the girls were over it when their god of every little thing Uchiha snorted, their attention instantly diverted. Kiba was slightly unnerved when Naruto took Hinata to their group's usual spot, but his pride instantly flung away the thought. He couldn't have been connected to the outsiders, he thought, could he? Anyways, the rest of the lunch went quietly, and when the lunch bell rang, the tension was gone and things were peaceful once more. Inside Naruto though, for some reason, he had felt boiling rage and was about to pummel Kiba before being reminded of his strength. So, he, right now, was walking in 32 times his own weight. Man, at his level, he could pummel 5 Jonin all at once and come out with non-lethal wounds. Again, his tenants chuckled ruefully for some reason. This always happened when he had brought up his power level. When he had tried to listen into their conversations, he had heard a snippet of D-Ran before being forcefully chucked out. He couldn't figure it out, and he always went lightheaded when he thought about, like now, as he gripped his desk to steady himself. What was the big secret anyways? He remembered one of the conversations about this topic. Flashback. They had put some conjured sofas near Kurama's cage for Naruto to be easier to talk to the beast. Naruto was protesting to them about why they always laughed about it when he mentioned his strength. Come on guys, tell me the truth, he whined. Why the hell are always laughing about my strength? Minato answered, in an innocent tone only Kurama, Kushina and Naruto could truly recognize as mischievous. Naruto, we just laugh at the enemies that get in your way. Aren't we even allowed to do that? Naruto shouted back at him. Like hell you are, Dad. And I know it's not about the enemies that you laugh so much. Come on, spill, please. Kurama interrupted. Hey, puny mortals, listen here and I tell you the final word on this. Naruto, if you stop asking about it now, I will tell you. I'll stop. I promise I'll stop. He interrupted without thinking, eager on hearing the information. After graduation from the academy, he finished smugly. What? He deadpanned and fell onto the murky water. Kurama smugly continued, unfazed, and now that you've agreed to the terms, you can't ask us about it anymore. Minato laughed at the way that Naruto had been tricked by the fox. First, bait him with information, reel him in with a few sweet words, and then make him so eager to hear it that he'll be licking your boots by the time that he realizes that he has been tricked. Yep, foxes were definitely the top-class tricksters. Moreover, a demon fox with several millennia of information, nearly impossible to escape. Naruto sputtered with rage and waved his fist angrily at the fox, to which the fox laughed in his face, only making him angrier. Just you wait, furball. One of these days I'm going to find something to hang you upside down with your tails. I'm going to enjoy it when you scream and rage in your cage. Angry at the fox, he had backed out of his mind from the meditative state at his house. Hearing laughter at the back of his head, he took out his anger on the lone chair in front of him, reducing it to pieces. Still hearing the laughter, he began to walk to his special clearing in the Forest of Death to cool off with EU Rasengans and Hiraishans while destroying nature's worst trees born to the world. End flashback. Anyways, as he listened to Iruka drone on and on about what his father had taught him already, he thought about what he would do if he actually beat Akatsuki and the Masked Man. He realized that he actually wanted a family more than being Hokage, which was reasonable before Hinata's face popped into his daydreams and he blushed. He immediately reprimanded himself. She was a Hyuga, known as almost close to royalty here in Konoha, while he was an orphan with a beast inside him. No offense, Kurama, he sent. None taken, came the reply. He sighed, and sneaked a glance at the only female in his little group of his. Then he thought about Kiba had just issued a challenge to them. He smirked at that. It seemed that the outcasts finally had a target to prank. He didn't think that dog boy would last that long. probably a day or two, then he would be begging Naruto for forgiveness. And Naruto would make him suffer every second that Hinata had took his comments by him. He gave a feral grin. There were things that a person could learn from a demon fox inside them, dangerous and mentally lethal things to be specific. He was sure that he could join Ibiki and Anko in one of their interrogation sessions and actually help generously to the sadistic duo. After 2 more hours of boring droning, he cornered his friends after school and told them to meet at their standard spot in the park at 10:00 precise. They all nodded and went their ways for the day. Naruto, as usual, began, "As you noticed today. Kiba did something that he shouldn't have. He insulted one of the outcasts, and we're going to show him the error of his ways. None of you can participate in actual prank as the Inuzuka can sniff a fly in mile. I can use its information to conceal my scent and do the actual thing. All of you will only end up exposing us, and I don't want that to happen just yet." They reluctantly nodded, holding back their complaints. They almost went crazy realizing how right he was, as always. But they still wanted to be included in some way. "Fortunately, I still need materials, and I can mask the scent on them. All you need to do is get some good stuff you want Kiba to suffer with." They cheered up a bit and nodded, already having ideas for how they wanted the child pervert to suffer for picking on Hinata. Naruto, on the other hand, had been completely sucked into his speech. "You don't have to worry about tonight. I'll just use our standard modified explosive tags, paint and a genjutsu. You all can go home today and sleep well." They nodded and departed. He went to get the tags he was talking about. They had developed the idea soon after they had started their pranks on the village. Before, Naruto had pulled pranks because he wanted attention, someone to recognize him. Now, all of them pulled pranks because of 2 different reasons. One of them was for fun, and the second, even if he didn't want to admit it, was because he liked to see the village pay for the treatment they had given him when he was a mere 6-year-old child. Now, the main reason for Kiba was different. He had felt a deep anger when Kiba had started hitting on Hinata. He had wanted to make him suffer in the worst possible way, but because of training given to him by Kurama and his dad, he controlled his emotions and appeared to be surprised rather than angry, even though he was seething inside. Now, he was pleased. No one can stop him from giving Kiba what he deserved. Thankfully, Th's thoughts could not be heard by his 2 tenants. This had been possible through extreme meditation and some embarrassing thoughts. He could build a mental barrier that gave him some privacy from his own dad. Somewhat normal, right? Time for the pranks to begin, he thought, satisfactorily. Let's see how much time Kiba can endure. Day 1. Kiba came to the academy colored pink and he didn't even notice. He glared at Naruto when he couldn't get the paint off after being told by Iruka. He had to go home before the lessons even began. When he did get home, he got spooked by a card on his bed. It said, "The outcasts begin war." He tried to get a scent of the paper but strangely couldn't. He couldn't tell his parents or his sister either, as they would know that he was bothering people and other stuff. He just gave up and realized he had to live with this for the next month. Damn it, he couldn't skip school either or his family would find out and the Baka would be telling everyone that he was a coward. Day 2. Kiba first checked for genjutsu on him. When nothing came up, he went to the academy as normal. At the academy, some of the students laughed at him and teased him about it but he just ignored them. After some time, Kiba got a big stomach ache. He asked to be excused to go to the restroom. This came as no surprise to Iruka as a lot of the students had something or the off. Arin had been excused just some time ago. Why? Naruto was excused just a minute ago. Kiba got up, walked to the restrooms, checked which one was for males and barged in like he owned the place, to which he was greeted by a few females. All who assumed he was here as a pervert. At the Inuzuka compound in the evening, Hana Inuzuka asked her younger brother how he got all those bruises, to which he word that he got in a fight with one of the academy students. Nothing to worry about. Day 3. The next day, Dogboy had had enough. When he found writing on about every part of his body, and his familiar colored and embarrassing purple, he realized that the dead last could not sneak into the Inuzuka compound without being noticed. It had to be the outcasts. That Baka had somehow been buddies with the coolest group in the village. No one in their right minds would want to be enemies with that lot. He had to apologize, and fast. And he didn't know how to get the ink off his body. No one wanted to walk around town with, "I'm a pervert," written on them. He had to apologize to the baka, no matter what. So he went to academy like normal, and got laughed at by the students and scolded and pitied by the teachers. He went straight to Naruto's little band. "Sorry," he apologized. Our favorite blonde turned around, formed the hushed whispers to look at the visitor. The other four turned too. Then they laughed, all of them. Kiba waited not so impatiently. When they finally regained their bearings, Naruto chuckled once more and choked out a few words. "Oh, hey Kiba, what's up?" The mentioned boy gritted his teeth. Hitting Naruto wouldn't stop the pranks. I said I'm sorry for earlier." Naruto immediately turned serious. He said nothing but raised his eyebrows and nodded a bit to his left. Kiba glanced in the direction and saw the shy girl that he had been hitting on, a few days earlier. He got the hint. "Sorry Hinata." She smiled tentatively at him. He was forgiven, thanked Kami. "Not so fast, Kiba. Hinata might have forgiven you." Naruto interrupted his train of thought, "But, you also insulted me too. And no one messes with Uzumaki Naruto and gets away with it. So, you have to pay the price." He searched his pockets for a minute and handed him a piece of paper. "Read that paper in front of the whole class when Iruka-sensei comes in. That's the key to stop the pranks. I'll tell my associates that you have learned your lesson." Truthfully, Kiba was a bit peeved by the way Naruto spoke. Usually the idiot was loud, brash and annoying. He had never seen Naruto act this way. Who was he to care? He would get the pranks off his back. "Let's get this over with," he steeled himself. So, when Iruka walked into the room and prepared his daily speech, he was really surprised. The Inuzuka from his class stepped forward and asked if he was allowed to make a small announcement. He nodded dumbly to the request and walked to the side wall to see the drama unfold. Kiba stepped forward and into the attention of the curious students who had seen him get the stage, so to speak. "Students of the Ninja Academy of Konoha, I, Kiba Inuzuka, hereby formally apologize for any and all inconveniences or trouble I may have caused in the past. I also promise all of you that I will do my best to refrain from such behavior in the future. Thank you for your time and again, I apologize for what I did." He finally looked up at the class after making the small speech. They were silent, the whole class, and yes, I mean the banshees too. They were all silent for that 1 second, before they all laughed. But they all stopped too when they realized that he was serious. Then they all shrugged, but Kiba didn't care what the rest of the class did. His eyes were on one person only, and when that person gave a nod, he felt the strangest urge to follow that person on whatever they told him. That urge was quickly suppressed, but he couldn't help wondering on how he felt like this when his mother gave him orders. But who cared now? He was free of the pranks. The catcalls of his classmates would eventually stop. He did, though, feel that the outcasts weren't as cool as he had first thought. Especially when they were against him. Iruka intervened in his thoughts. "All right Kiba, I'm happy that you took responsibility for your actions, but may I ask what brought on the change?" He had asked with mild curiosity. Kiba sighed. "Naruto has connections," was all he said before walking away. Iruka was shocked for a moment before a proud grin filled his face. He finished his lessons for tea. He day and saw Naruto and his friends moving out of the classroom, chatting animatedly. He waved them over. "Hey Naruto," he asked for about the 20th time this year, "how would you and your friends like to have ramen today with me?" His favorite students grinned back. Anyways, you should have seen the look on the guy's face. It was priceless. He totally didn't see that coming. I'm telling ya. That was how we found our Jinchuriki blonde chatting with his friends on one June evening, sitting under a tree. You see, this was the end of the childhood year that the blonde had enjoyed the most. Time where they would see the real world. He didn't want to think of this as he sat down for lunch and talked to his best friends. Almost all of their lunches went like this. One of them usually had some story to tell. Naruto's included random pranks out of the outcasts group. Hinata had stories of the clan members and hard training. Shino told them of his various bugs and the wonders he could do by using them. Shikamaru ranted about how his mother was the worst control freak of the world. Choji had stories to do with, obviously, food. And the days went on. Occasionally, they would have ramen with their Iruka-sensei. This was the best part and the one that Naruto enjoyed the most. Yumino Iruka had become like a brother to him now. So, when the lunch ended, they weren't surprised when Naruto's brother-like teacher told them that the graduation exams were happening next week. So, how was it? Was it good? Was it bad? Was it too crazy? Do you actually read my notes? For Hades' sake, tell me. Sorry about the crazy long wait, I had a writer's block and starting high school is not a piece of cake. I tell ya, more updates will not take this much time. And are those of you who actually wish to know, no, I am not from Texas. Spy guy out, peace, I knew I could pass. This chapter is going to be starting right after the last one left off. I'll answer some of your reviews cause I want to. Leaf Ranger. It's because even though they are ninjas and Naruto's friends, they are still 12-year-old kids. Who knows when their tongues slip and they end up telling someone something they shouldn't. And I will try to make the spacing better from now on. Naruhinalover. Thanks for the suggestion. I'm sorry if you're disappointed. Same thing to everyone else. Congra. TS if you guessed the teams right and sorry if you are disappointed. And again, thanks to everyone for your reviews. And without further delay, onwards. Chapter. Examination. Naruto was pleasant now, despite the fact that he could be separated from his friends, he was in a good mood. He had good idea of what to expect in the exams since there were only a small amount of things taught in the academy. He would pass. He would probably be the worst one in the class but that didn't matter. He would do okay and pass. He would have to pull this off masterfully though. He smirked. Though it faded pretty quickly as got to thinking the hardest part. Hinata, Shino, Shikamaru, and Choji were the best friends anyone could possibly ask for. He would miss them. He knew how the teams were assigned, courtesy of his former Hokage dad. He smiled. When he was 5 or 6, if anyone told him that his dad was the 4th Hokage, he would laugh and tell them that it was the best thing anyone had said to him. Now, he would probably think how much the person knew, how he could be taken down quickly, the exit routes at his location and so on. He sighed, thanks again to the mentioned Hokage and a certain nine-tailed beast. They had trained him vigorously for the past 6 years. He now had big capability of taking down any ninja in the whole world if they came at him alone. The only problem was how he used his strength to play at his advantage. He was a child, a strong child, but nevertheless, still a child. He had intricate knowledge of many of the ninja arts and at least moderate of the others, but he was still a child. He had yet to see the real world and the horrors that awaited him. He had a goal, a quest even, for peace. He would get what all others had not found, true peace. A world where all could exist, no conflicts, no wars, just peace, except for the occasional prank, of course. But before all that could happen, he had to grow. Not physically no, the only growth was mental, the body just changed with the course of time. He had to leave childhood eventually and kill and maim in the name of justice. Even if it was justice, it was still killing wasn't it? He just wanted to be rid of that fruitless slaughtering. If anyone had to die, they would die old lying on their beds with their loved ones around them, telling him good luck on their next life and that they would miss them. Was that impossible? No, it wasn't, but it was difficult, and that was his true goal. To someday attain the peace that had been denied for the generations before. It was a dream that he had inherited from his father. And he was the one that was going to make it true, know what? But anyway, being the dead last in the class had its disadvantages, but this was the absolute worst. He knew that the teams were decided to be balanced out. The strongest of the class get paired up with the weakest of the class. That meant that he was going to be paired up with Emo Face and Pink Banshee. He could have paired with Hinata-chan. But he didn't want to force her to do better on his account. Drat his luck. On the other end, he was thinking of which sensei he would get, hopefully not any perverts, because having two in his own body was enough. He still had nightmares of the time that he had found an orange-covered book in the sewer before the cage. It was burnt before he finished the first page. And then he had to take a cold shower. Now, he was waiting in line for his test, ignoring the screeching banshees behind him and the smirk of a certain emo face with a headband on his forehead. He had seen all his friends get their headbands. It would be so fun when he got his too and joined them, especially well when the parents heard of the demon being a ninja. The looks on their faces would be nectar to him. But his thoughts were interrupted. Naruto Uzumaki. He grinned and walked into the small side room, closing the door behind him. Unknowing to what was going to be happening there. As Naruto walked inside, the biggest thing he noticed was how bland the room was. There was a table and a few chairs for the instructors, but other than that, the room was empty. But then, he supposed not everything in the ninja world could be flashy and stunning, like him. You wish. The fox inside him snorted. Like you're any better, furball. Naruto retorted, but for the millionth time, none of his movements indicating what he had thought or the conversation in his head. Then he actually spoke. Hey Iruka-sensei, what's up? Haven't seen ya today. Are you alright? Iruka smiled at the boy's enthusiasm and replied kindly, Hey Naruto, so? You ready for the exams? I want to pass, okay. Naruto smiled back. Don't you worry sensei, by the end of the exams, I'll have your mouths open and eyes wide. Irek laughed and turned to the person beside him, Mizuki. He asked him if he was ready to begin the exam and the co-instructor nodded silently. Okay Naruto, Iruka began, this test consists of two parts. The genjutsu portion and the ninjutsu portion. The written and the taijutsu portion a few days ago counts as your other marks, so, because you didn't do much good in those portions, I really want you to try and do this one good to pass. Got it? Naruto nodded. Alright then, let's begin the genjutsu portion of the exam. For this, I need you to successfully dispel a genjutsu cast by either me or Mizuki here. Remember, to stop the genjutsu, stop the chakra flow in your body and apply an even stronger surge of chakra flow back again. Try your best to shake ours off, okay? Naruto nodded and Iruka cast the genjutsu on the boy. Then, Iruka watched as Naruto looked around and tried to do as he had told him, but to no avail. Then he watched as if suddenly Naruto had an idea. Naruto started to mutter to himself. Iruka caught the words, stop, flow, and surge, before the genjutsu was dissipated off of him. Iruka smiled at Naruto's smirk. Maybe it wouldn't end badly now. Naruto did shake off the jutsu, though. He wasn't really that good in genjutsu in the first place. But he still had to cast it in order to pass the actual exam. Now, he was happy at the fact that Naruto could do this yet apprehensive of what awaited now. Okay Naruto, you did well. Now you only need to cast a genjutsu at the both of us to pass. Let's go. Naruto nodded and concentrated try to successfully cast the illusion at them. Then he watched Naruto struggle a bit under the task. He saw a slight haze in his vision and felt his chakra system shake but nothing happened. He felt dread. Naruto had never been good with genjutsu, how could he pass now? It was a miracle that Naruto had dispelled the illusion in the first place. Then his ramblings were cut off when his coworker spoke. Naruto, you don't have ch practice in this field of jutsu, Iruka felt clawing at his throat. But you still have good room to improve and you only need a bit more practice to fully do this, and you would have plenty of time between your missions So, I say you pass and your supposed Ni-san here would have to approve before we move on to the next test. So, what do you say Iruka? Iruka was in a dilemma now. There his duties as a teacher and on the other end, it was Naruto's happiness. There was the risk of injury on him and then he wouldn't get stronger if he was discouraged. Oh heck with it, the boy deserved some happiness in his life. Besides, Mizuki was right, wasn't he? Who was he to deny? I agree with Mizuki, Naruto. You passed the genjutsu test. His speech was cut short when the boy started doing some sort of victory dance. He heard a chuckle from beside him, laced with something else he didn't understand. He sighed, this way, they wouldn't get anywhere. He stopped Naruto's victory dance and started telling his about the next test. So you only need to make 3 good clones, a substitution, and the henge. And he had barely finished speaking when there was an exact replica of him standing before him. He smiled. This would go well, or at least he hoped so. The boy was having nothing short of miracles work for him today, if only he had his skill to blame, Iruka didn't know right he was. The boy's skill was something. Iruka shouted at the boy to dispel the jutsu and to get on with the rest of the exam, which went fairly well and Naruto passed it. It was after what happened interesting. When he came out of the exam room, the students saw a degraded boy which had finally learnt his place. By his true friends saw better, they saw the shaking of his body that he usually had after a good prank. They saw the impatient tapping of his toes, usually at lunch when he couldn't wait to tell them something. And they also saw the twinkle in his eyes, hinting a smile despite the frown obvious on his face. So the students couldn't understand when his closest friends, instead of saying goodbye to the pariah, congratulated him and patted him on the back. Realization dawned on them however. Henda pulled a shiny blue headband from inside his pocket and laughed along with his friends at the students' gaping faces. How dare the idiot trick them like that, like he had been doing it his entire life. Their minds were now eager to wipe the smirk off his face. The face off the blonde, who, now, was laughing right along his friends at the fish-like expressions of the class. He was going to Ichiraku's however. When Mizuki appeared, I wonder what he wants, was his thought when the teacher called him over for a walk and talk session. He politely excused himself from his friends and walked off towards his teacher. Their little walk took them to a deserted street, where Mizuki began the talking part. Naruto, congratulations on graduating from academy. He paused to let the boy nod. And, I know it was particularly hard on you because of your skill in ninjutsu. So, I want to help you get stronger, but at the same time, I don't want you to give you power that you can't handle. So, I have a test for you. That will let me know of your skill and give you power at the same time. What do you say, Naruto? Naruto appeared to have considering the offer and he nodded eagerly when all of it sunk in. This was almost too easy. Okay Naruto, with a request to the Hokage, I've authorized a scroll to replace the standard scroll of sealing at the secret safe. You need to break in undetected. And learn one jutsu from the scroll until I come to meet you, understand? Oh, he understood all right. Mizuki was a traitor and wanted to get the scroll of sealing and escape the village. He'll be damned if he could allow that to happen in the village of his precious people. Right, Dad, kick his traitorous butt, Naruto. And so, how was the chapter? Tell me in your reviews. Oh, anybody please wanting to write some fight scenes for me? I'll be grateful. Oh, and wait up for the whipping Mizuki is gonna get. I suggest getting some popcorn and imagining the whole scene in your head. I'll go play MW3 or Black Ops while you guys finish reading this. See ya in a couple, no, a few, no, a small amount of weeks. Yeah, a small amount. Ass kicking for traitors. Alright, this is the next chapter of the awesome story that you have been reading. Guess what story it is? Yep, you guessed it, it's Two Tenants, the coolest story in the world written by your coolest author in the world. Boy, am I feeling good. But I have loads of homework this weekend. In fact, I'm writing this right now because I got a bit bored of doing homework right now. I'll do it after writing a bit of the story, right? We got time and it'll be no harm done. Thanks for your reviews guys. They were especially helpful for this story. Split Heart 1100. You know what Naruto thinks of perverts. Meech Mako. I thank you for your opinions. Most helpful. Sage-like nod, but it's not just pointless for him to have power right now. Think of the enemies that he meets at such a young age, Orochimaru, Zabuza, and Shukaku, etc. In canon, he got by them even if he was weak. Now I'm just giving him some more ammo to work with. About Hinata, I get that I'm rushing into the relationship, but Hinata was smitten with Naruto by the time graduation rolled around. And a guy has hormones, ya know. This whole story is about Naruto having his dad's hands to hold and help him grow up, and Jiraiya also had Sandaime to help him, which why Naruto will have not much help from Jiraiya in this story. Sorry to those who were expecting to have Jiraiya teach Naruto. Haha. Bashing. I know how Naruto would be like Sasuke if the situations were ideal. But I really love to take the arrogance out of the tem. Sakura is another matter entirely. Her fangirlish attitude will have to be improved. I can't promise you that the story won't have bashing. But I'll say that it will be reasonable and kept to a minimum. Leaf Ranger. I agree with you on the point that Kishi should have let Hinata be on Naruto's team, but I'm biased at that. Still, my reason for pairing Naruto with Sasuke isn't because of Kishi. I also want to expand Sasuke's storyline along with Naruto's. You also have a good point on the compatibility thing, but I don't really care much about the other teams, so if you have a good suggestion on the other teams' pairings, let me know. Otherwise, it's easier to write with the teams as the way they are. I'll wait one more chapter for you to tell me your suggestions. Just keep in mind that I, not Kishi, want the teams 7 and 8 to be the way as in canon. Kishi has no control over my judgment for teams. I will wait for your suggestions. Sith Dragoon 23. I don't know what to say to that. I know my story plot is coming out in bits and pieces. I intended to do it that on purpose. But about the rushing, tunnel vision in Naruto being underdeveloped. Could you just explain a bit more on that? The how and why. Alright, so that's it for the big reviews. Thanks again to everyone else who reviewed. As I told Leaf Ranger, except for Team 7 and Team 8. You are welcome to give your suggestions on the team formations. And without further wait, onwards. Chapter 8. Ass kicking for Mizuki. Left, right, left, right, left, right. That was the pattern of his legs as he ran and jumped through the forest, a scroll strapped to his back. He finally came to rest near some trees in a wearied-looking shack. Dramatic, right? Scratch that. He wasn't winded from the run and he certainly wasn't having a one-track mind about the workings of his body parts. There was a scroll and a shack though. Now, to learn something before the traitor got here. The most likely route for him to take would be to follow Iruka-sensei. And Iruka-sensei would be here in about an hour. That should be plenty of time for him to learn something from the scroll. Still, the scroll wasn't forbidden for nothing. Those jutsu in the scroll weren't meant for the ordinary shinobi. You are anything but ordinary. One of the abnormal things about him stated. Besides, I saw the scroll already. Some of the jutsus in there is safe for you to use. But still, be careful for what you learn. Some of the jutsus in there can easily kill you. Abuse them. I'll tell you which ones to learn. Read them thoroughly and we'll practice in your mind to save time. Once you have some of them down, we can practice them until your Iruka-Nisan or Mizuki comes. Come on, let S go. His dad, yet another unordinary thing about him, spoke up his opinion. Alright then, let's get this training started. Although there was nothing at all much exciting to read a scroll full of jargon. Naruto began the task with the utmost vigor. He read the first jutsu, Kage Bunshin. Hey dad, he called out in his mind, what do you think about this one? I already have the regular Bunshin, but it says that these Bunshin are real and the person remembers everything that they see and do. Do think it could be helpful in our regular training? There was silence on the other end for a minute. Yes, you're right Naruto, this is an incredible idea and you also have the chakra necessary to get it right. Just skim the instructions. I don't have the necessary chakra right now and I really don't want to see a Minato. I have done this jutsu before. It's a lifesaver against paperwork. The voice had become blissful at the end. So, Naruto did as he had been asked. He skimmed the instructions and went to the classic sewer. There, he listened to his dad tell him about the jutsu and dutifully tried to do it. It wasn't hard, considering his chakra level, but he still needed to control how many and where his clones would spawn. So they took about an hour to perfect the jutsu. Then, he came back out and did the jutsu a few times to ensure that he had it down pat before moving on to the next on the list. That was when the perverted fox inside him voiced his millennia-old knowledge's worth. Why not use the Bunshins to divide up the training and get more done that way? The father and son's faces froze to a dumbstruck look. The demon mused, apparently, the stupidity runs in the genetics, and I doubt becoming Kage helped out. After that revelation, the work went much quicker and they left a few clones outside reading while Naruto performed his training with 1,000 clones inside his mindscape. Every time he needed more jutsu to practice, one of his clones outside popped and he got the information. So they worked and worked and worked to their limits. Inside, the sewer cast shadow over 1,000 and something clones doing rigorous training. Outside, a scarred and scorched Naruto was surrounded by a few of his clones. The wasted original sat cross-legged on the floor and the copies read as fast as they could. 45 minutes later, Iruka ran as fast as his legs could carry him. I know it's cliched, damn it. Of all the stupid pranks his little brother he had expected him to do, stealing the forbidden scroll was not among them. His eyes raked the forest for any sign of his student. He had to be here. He had checked every place in Konoha that Naruto could have gone, and this was the last. Naruto just had to be here. The counselors won't let him go free this time. Oh, why had Naruto done this? Why him? And how did he know where the forbidden scroll was kept? Gah, this was incredibly frustrating. He had 1,000 questions and none of them answered. He needed to find Naruto, now. And find Naruto he did, stumbling a bit, clothes torn and skin scorched. His mouth agape. He froze when Naruto looked upon him, smiled, and said the words to answer his 1,000 questions. Finally, Sensei. Mizuki-sensei told you to get me. Did Mizuki-sensei send you? Am I strong enough now? The excitement was obvious in his tone. That moment, several of his questions were answered. Mizuki told Naruto to steal the scroll. Mizuki baited Naruto with power. And Naruto fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Then, as if to his instincts, he heard the all-too-familiar noise behind him. And Dolphin dived to the side, taking Naruto with him. A few kunai clung to his vest, and a few thudded into the wood of the shack. Naruto got up, looked at the kunai in his teacher's vest. Then at a tree behind the teacher, his eyes full of confusion. He also got back up, looked behind him, seeing his co-instructor was standing coolly on a tree branch above him. Mizuki searched the scene and his eyes locked on the scroll in Naruto's hands. The traitor smirked. Good Naruto, I see you did as you were asked. Give the scroll to me now. His voice was inviting and trustworthy. And Naruto seemed to be falling for it. He had to stop it, now. So he did what one does when one manages a class full of young energetic soon-to-be ninja. He yelled at the boy. Naruto, don't give the scroll to Mizuki. He's lying. Naruto, don't give him the scroll. Naruto faltered and Mizuki's frown showed. But it was quickly under control. Mizuki tried a different maneuver. Come on Naruto, let's trade. You give me the scroll. And I tell you why the village treats you like they do. Naruto started to raise his hands but glanced at the kunai in Iruka's vest. No. Mizuki's face showed surprise. All right then, he'd tell the boy anyways. Naruto, listen carefully. 12 years ago, there was a law passed in the village, shortly after the Kyuubi's attack, a law that only you weren't supposed to know about. Naruto's face showed surprise. He stammered on his next question. WWW Mizuki smirked at the timid tone of a once boisterous voice. A law, Naruto, which forbid anyone in the village to talk about the fact that you're the Kyuubi. Mizuki cackled madly. The only thing that Mizuki had not calculated in his plan was the thing that happened next. Naruto shrugged it away. Liar. He had said. Put his fingers in a gesture with two fingers on one hand put vertically and the other hand horizontally in the same structure. Now, I'll tell you just what you get for trying to hurt my precious people. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. And so it happened that a traitor in Konoha had been beaten to an inch of his life and a Hokage looking at crystal ball had his mouth open. Iruka stumbled towards his student. Jumping as 100 noised assaulted his ears at once. The puffs of smoke signaled by the boy *s wince. Naruto, I believe you deserve a treat at Ichiraku-zen. A big paycheck for your first mission as a ninja. Let *s go. And so the teacher and student began their long walk home. Only, the Hokage in his office muttered, kid has the craziest luck. So, how did I do? As I ask every time. This is sort of the pace that all of the updates will be coming along. You know, I didn't think the teachers were telling the truth when they said high school would be hard, but it is hard, man. I really don't mean to sound whiny, but come on, 2 projects on 1 weekend. Give this kid a break. So, that's about it. It's either high school or this, and I barely have the time or sense of responsibility to do either. I admit it, I'm lazy. The update, taking this long was partly my fault too. And that can't be excused. So, whoever had popcorn on this, sorry. And the son who was actually eating popcorn while reading this, kudos and see y'all later. PFF'd. Can't even take a joke. You know, I'm really kinda disappointed in the fact that I didn't really get many reviews this round. That's okay with me, but didn't really get the reason to go along with it. Seriously, you guys need to tell me if I'm doing something bad, or if you see something that you like and want to be continued. Otherwise, I can do this as I want, no pressure on you guys for reviews. I seem to get a kick out the fact Naruto does whatever he wants and that nothing stops him almost all the time. That was a random thought there, by the way. I really do need to get my mental health checked out, don't I? Anyways, I'm listening to song right now, and the song is really awesome. Just search up Naruto Hero, and if already heard this song before, well, kudos to you. Anyways, again, just read my mindless rambling and proceed to the story, and as always, onwards. Chapter 9. Interrogation. Naruto faced the old Hokage with a sense of dread. Had the old man seen him? Was he suspicious? Does he know about the powers? Does he know about Dad? When was he going to speak? The blonde was burning up inside. Even as his calm smile told the rest of the world that all was well with the boy, he was really anxious as to what the Hokage had to say to him. Naturally, he didn't even think of the main reason that the Hokage would call him here. Naruto, the professor began, as I hear it from Iruka, you did quite well today. You brought a traitor from the village to justice. That is a pretty hard task, and the Hokage was rudely interrupted as the facade slipped a bit from the boy. Come on, old man, stop the sugar-coating it and get to the point. Naruto glared at the stunned face of the person in front of him. The Hokage, recovering rather quickly from his shock, chuckled. That's more like the Naruto he knew than the emotionless boy just minutes ago. All right then, the wanted the truth so he would get the truth. He looked at the boy with a calculating gaze. The boy seemed very hard to try to contain his emotions, and Sarutobi was certainly not missing the intelligent glint in the boy's eyes. The boy was hiding something. The esteemed Hokage was a bit puzzled at this and a tad curious, but he did not want to invade the child's privacy. Kami knows that the boy has already had enough from his precious village. At least the boy had his friends, or Minato would never forgive him. He broke his gaze, smoked a bit, and settled for what was surely going to be a long story, and if he knew Naruto, there were sure to be interruptions. He just wanted relief from the unavoidable headache that was sure to follow. He sighed and began, Naruto, what Mizuki said in the forest, it was actually true. And trailed off at the stunned look on Naruto's face. And the only thoughts running through Naruto was, the fox. Of all the bloody things, the fox. Who the hell does the guy think he is? Here I was, with all the worrying, an old man wanted to tell me that the fox was inside me. Why does this always happen to me? Inside his, though, was another story. His giant father was rolling on the floor of the transformed cage. In front of the TV, cackling hysterically. The demon for on the opposing cushion rolled his eyes, took one of his tails, jammed it on the roof and sent a surge chakra. Naruto jolted. Damn fox, he silently fumed. All right then, the fox. Now he had to think of a way out of the situation. Aghhhhh, he couldn't think of a way out this fast, so he had to make an excuse for why he knew. That was pretty easy, right? Yeah, you see, old man, I already knew. Naruto choked out. Now the stun was back with the Hokage. How? The Hokage too, choked out. Naruto knew. How? He did not another execution on Naruto's account. Naruto, bolstered by the fact that the Hokage was no less stunned than himself, continued in a steadier note. Well, you do realize that I haven't asked you about the villagers for about 2 years, right? He paved on at the still stunned Hokage's half-hearted nod. And really, when I hear the villagers say, demon, and fox, plus link it with my birthday, all I have to do is henge and talk with the villagers and research on demons, and voila, we have an informed Naruto. He waved a dramatic arm for effect, now taking express pleasure in how the Hokage's face got more and more wide-eyed and pale. The Hokage was a sputtering mess by now, trying to get the situation under control. And Naruto, I had no idea, I'm really sorry, but you see I didn't want to burden you with. Naruto's face was back in that emotionless mask now, but that too was replaced by a sad smile in a few seconds. He spoke softly to a baffled village leader, Hey Gigi, this doesn't change anything. I knew. Did I say anything to you? He stopped till the Hokage shook his head. Nor did I get angry, release the fox or start destroying the village. No, I didn't, and that is because I know that I don't care. I have a demon fox in me, so what? If you didn't tell me before, I knew it was for my own good because I trust you. Simple as that. He grinned mischievously at the old man. The Hokage nodded, albeit a bit slowly. I get it, Naruto, and I just time to deal with it, that's all. Naruto was still grinning at him. Hey, now that you think about it, I really don't need to prove myself to the villagers if I've already proven myself, so I don't need to become Hokage anymore. That's it. Forget Hokage. I'm getting a new dream. The Hokage was baffled again. Naruto stood up, proud style, and looked seriously at the clueless man. So, yeah, my new dream is to get a new dream. The Hokage was on the verge of, and besides, I'm not as weak or stupid as you think. That said, Naruto sunshined out of there. Needless to say, the Hokage fainted. So, short chapter I know. But I had a block on my mind and couldn't get any good ideas. So, I made a filler. Cool. See ya in few weeks with a bigger chapter, alright. Reviews wanted. Job skills needed need to be fast typed. Able to type long sentences. Job requirements. Big reviews. Detailed reviews. Clear and exploring reviews. Review to apply for the job. Bye. I don't need a sun to shine. Hi people, what's up? I'm fine and dandy here. And also, I was really happy with the amount and quality of the reviews that you guys left me. And for the record, I want these reviews every time. And I also know that I am being really insisting on the reviews, and you know why. They are a huge ego booster. Especially if the rest of the world is bruising that ego regularly, and I am sure that the other authors know this. If they don't, then I'm gonna think I'm weird, which also bruises my ego quite a bit. And I know that my ego is really strong, so it can take those hits and bounce back in no time, then get even stronger from the reviews. And I also know that I'm ranting quite a bit. And I just noticed that I'm beginning all my sentences with, and, so I'm going to stop. And see, I stopped. Darn, and I really should stop now. So, until I stop my incessant ramblings beginning with, and. Please read a demented author's responses to some of his reviews. Leaf Ranger. Yeah, Naruto was just being Naruto. Minato inside him teaches him to be more perceptive and intelligent, but when Naruto freaks out, that all goes out the window. Good observation though, I'm going to work on that, just when it is time to. And about the spelling mistakes, the spellchecker guess is correct. I'm just too lazy to go through it all for spelling mistakes. I love ninjas. Thanks for the suggestion, I'll be sure to incorporate at least some of it. Yeah, thanks. Superblaw. That is a pretty good point. But I think it's justified that the relationship between Hiruzen and Naruto isn't shown, but remember, Hiruzen was the one who took care of Naruto. Hiruzen was the one who gave him what he needed, tried his best to protect him. One of my chapters, Chapter 3, is one of the probably hundreds of incidents that the Hokage has saved Naruto from. By doing that for all time, they have probably grown really close. Although there are the scenes that showcase Naruto not actually respecting the Hokage, it is also wrong to presume that it never happens when he actually does. I will try my best to show the great tenderness that you request. But I am really lazy, so sorry in advance if the fluff is not up to your awesome standards. The rushing was one thing I actually did on purpose. I did not want UYS to wait too long for a chapter, so I made a small one as filler. Silverpop. Epic Pizza couldn't T come up with a worthwhile reply, laughing face. MR Peoples. Thank you. I realize your point and will be sure to see that my story has a reasonable Naruto. Benevolent Darkness. Thanks for pointing that out. My excuse is that I rushed the story. I will try to not let my other chapters have the same flaw, but I am an amateur and would like some suggestion on how I can improve the story in the beginning. Naruhinalover. Wait and see. Just wait and see. Anon. Sir, you did point out my one big flaw. Writing without reviews is like talking to a person that is not talking back. And that is not a pleasant experience. I do want to know what my readers think of my story, and rightfully so. Thanks otherwise. And, author hits himself over the head, so, I'll announce the results for the review job at end of the chapter. And beats himself, so, without further ado, onwards. Chapter 10. Summary 1. Naruto was up bright and early this morning. Actually it was not that bright, because at 5 in the morning, the sky was dark blue in color. The sun was not up yet, but the blonde hair didn't need a sun to shine. That, however, was not the stuff of the boy's thoughts. In fact, the blonde was thinking of his team formations. Maybe, just maybe, the Sandaime would differentiate him because of yesterday. Was the thought currently in the boy's head. But the same thoughts were not the only residents in his head, or was it? Stomach. Well, whichever it is, the boy had more than mere thoughts in his mind, scape. This boy was unique, as he had his own father and a million, etc. years old demon locked inside his head. Normally, that demon was the reincarnation of pure evil, as it was said by the ninja world, but that was not the case. The demon was only a title. The nine-tailed fox, called Kurama, former resident of Hades, hell, etc. whatever you want to call it, was a being made of pure malevolent chakra. Its job was to keep the balance of power in the world. Whenever there was some person or some nation becoming too powerful or spreading chaos over the world, the tailed beasts were put to the task of stopping them. But there was a reason, you see, that the tailed beasts were put to this particular task. The tailed beasts, during their job, were exposed to high amounts of killing intent and evil sights. Now being full of massive amounts of chakra, the chakra responded naturally and changed. As they're already evil chakra, they are parts of the 10 tails, remember. Became more evil. The tailed beasts' minds were still intact while other lesser beasts' wills collapse and they, with their chakra, became evil and had to be dealt with. But you humans, and you felt the killing intent of a tailed beast, naturally think it is powerful and evil. That is a perfectly logical assumption, and the tailed beasts understand that. Fear of things that you don't know of. Perfectly logical. But when greed started seeping into the minds of the puny mortals, then the tailed beasts were fought against and tried to be captured. That's when the mistrust formed. From then on, the demons treaded earth carefully, striking fast and hard at unsuspecting nations that were a threat. They did not want to kill innocent people, but when forced to, they had no choice. Whenever talking to humans, the tailed beasts hid their actual selves, as not to be taken advantage of, and acted as the humans thought, pure evil. But now, when Minato Namikaze tried to capture the great and mighty Kyuubi, the Kyuubi conceded the mask and showed the real self a bit, as they were both after a mutual enemy and the man seemed pure enough. Over time, that mask was forgotten and the two became friends. Friends, a demon who killed the man's wife and villagers, and the human that kept smiling through his every pain, that was the most unusual friendship. Then as in the child, they saw his bad life. The demon saw the human's perspective of things. The father beside fretted for 6 years, whether to approach the boy and give him the dream life he always wanted, or to risk a negative response and lose the only son he ever had. I mean, who wanted a father that was the cause of his son's suffering? No one did, and that was the thought that troubled the man most. But after 6 years, father's patience cracked when he heard his only son's cries for the millionth time. He couldn't take it anymore. He could not see his son suffer like that anymore. And when the boy was secluded, he let Dam burst and brought the boy into his own mind. But still then, he kept control of himself, barely, and gave out the boy honest answers. When the boy punched and kicked him for the suffering he got, he stopped pretty soon when he realized that his dream had come true. The boy too, tried to control himself a bit and became his own bouncy self. He asked his father questions and did whatever he could that came up in his mind, scape. For the next 6 years, for the boy, the hateful stares of the villagers didn't seem so powerful anymore, and the boy's own joyful mask, there to hide his sadness, went from a mask to his own true self. The father and son trained together, shared stories, and basically had a wonderful life after 6 years of suffering. The blonde boy, never one to hold a grudge, gradually forgave and understood his father's need to lock Kurama in his mindscape or stomach. When he went to ninja school, he found something equally precious: friends. Those were his precious people. They were the reasons he went to the academy or became a ninja, to protect his precious people. Last night, one of his precious people was in danger when a traitor to the village tried to stay La Forbidden Scroll and flee the village. Naruto did not have any mercy on the people who harmed his precious people, and he beat the traitorous bastard to an inch of his life, and then handed him off to Ibiki for interrogation. And then to the Hokage for execution. Now, this morning, he shook his arms and legs, checking to see if they felt heavier than normal. They didn't. So, he pumped a small mixture of his and Kurama's chakra into the pieces of cloth tied to his arms, legs and torso. He suddenly felt the weight settle on him, and moved around a bit. A normal 12-year-old could not handle the weight Naruto had on. But it was stated that Naruto was anything but normal, and the Kyuubi's chakra kept any harm from coming to his muscles and bones. As Naruto had so much weight on, the push-ups, sit-ups, running etc. he did would inflate his muscles like balloons, but what Kyuubi did was to convert all that muscle mass into density and harden his muscles and bones, making them closest on the mortal plane to invincibility. But then he also exercised regularly, not letting the energy waste as fat. He had trained a lot over 6 years and now worked like a well-oiled machine. This seems heavy enough, he thought, and set off on a brisk jog around the village, a time clear of patrol ninja and civilians alike. As his feet silently ponded the ground, he thought of a new future ambition. As he not want to become Hokage now, for recognition. What could he become? He shuddered. Never an emo like Sasuke, not gonna happen. Now that I have a family, he thought, maybe it can grow bigger, and besides, he had nothing against redheads. Alright folks, that was it for this one. Chapter 10, 20, 30 etc. are going to be summaries from now on, to keep track of the story, for you and for me. The promise of a bigger chappy will be carried on to the next chapter, when the storyline will advance. Anyways, see you in a few weeks. Oh, I have the winners for my job search. Leaf Ranger. For your outstanding support and honest help, I offer you the job of a professional reviewer for me, and I will be expecting a review every chapter. But don't fret people, the job still has empty spots all for new and old supporters of mine to fill. And Superblaw, I think you would make an excellent professional reviewer, so keep the reviews coming and you will be hired soon. Thanks all other reviewers for their support, and logs off to play the recently acquired Black Ops 2. That game is freaking awesome. See ya. SpyGuy001, signing off. A hell of a lot of welcomes. Alright folks, the new and ready Naruto 2 Tenants chapter is served for your delight. Please comment and review on anything in the chapter to your likes and dislikes. Also make sure to add some suggestions along the to what you want to see happen in this piece of ruddy fan fiction. I feel freaking awesome thinking of all the cool things I can implement in this story. Also, please, to those of you who are reading this, don't expect things to remain the same in the story as in canon, even when they appear the same. You will know what I mean in this chapter. Now, I'll answer some of your reviews to appease your concerns, and, in advance, I thank all of you who left a review, and I assure you, I read all of them, and I thank you again for leaving me a piece of advice or encouragement. But of course, the answers are for the one who give the whole truckload. Superblaw. As for your review, I too feel extremely grateful that you seem to think much of my story as to make a review that great. I thank you for the advice and the suggestion you gave me along with the encouragement. Don't worry about the wave and the Chunin exam arcs. They already have changed much more than you think. My little hint at the top there would already get the gears turning in you and the others' heads, and I will quell that when you finish the chapter. Other than that, I offer you the job as my professional reviewer and will be looking for your reply. Should you accept, you will have to leave a review every chapter. Leaf Ranger. My ever-faithful reviewer. Thank you for your praise, and I can't help but offer some of it myself. I have read several of your stories and they are amazing. There is no other word for it. Since I read fanfics on my iPod, I can't leave anyone reviews as my Safari won't work, but you are one amazing writer, seriously man. Anyways, I was just too lazy to space it out and too eager to put up for you guys to read, so that's that. Also, There are not a lot of redheads in Naruto and I would like what I get, so you figure that as you will. Thanks for the review. I love ninjas. I like you, hardcore Naruhina, and rock on. They will be paired soon enough, hint. Hint. But don't you think Naruto is a bit young for babies, and oh, you are also offered the youthful position that the title of professional reviewer carries with it. Beats himself up for sounding like Guyan Lee. Madara Renegan. Thank for the suggestions. I don't take them as mean mail. But for the suggestion of Minato getting his body back, I don't think I want to support that. As Orochi bastard needs the Hokage's soul to get the body. That would not be possible. I would not like the attention given to Naruto if he were to have a Hokage as a physical dad. And besides, I want Naruto to surprise everyone with his awesome skills. But keep the revelation slow. Having the Hokage's popularity would give him too much attention, and the lack of surprise might alert the higher-ups. Those are my reasons. But, if you have anything to suggest about Uzushiogakure or Kushina, please, I would like the help, not that I don't now. Well, that's that. Not many, but the quality of the reviews is more than enough to make up for that. Anyway, I would to see if you can guess the country I was born in, leave a review to state it. All of you only get one guess per review. Any more guess in one review will be ignored. So get your ass moving, you dumbasses. I will try to make it hard for you, but to anyone who guesses it right, you will get a digital imaginary cookie, and some amount of pride from your correct guess. Anyway, I have delayed the inevitable long enough, and now, without any further last-minute notes, onwards. Chapter 11. Abode. There was pure chaos and happiness, nervousness, anticipation, agitation, laziness. Hopeful feelings and emo radiance in the classroom of Iruka Yumino the day after he was a bit injured. The students were happy, finally being able ninja. They were eager to see their team formation and sensei. They were nervous on who they would eventually be paired up with. Some people were agitated with the people beside them, some were too lazy to feel anything much, and some were sulking and brooding too much to care. Majority of the girls in the class had their hearts full with hope, mostly straying towards the boys' side of the bargain. Hey, at least our resident Hinata didn't feel like the stupid fangirls, but her thoughts told a different story, a story of a selfless and courageous blonde boy with cerulean eyes. Ah well, she will improve eventually. But all the chatter stopped when the blonde boy mentioned strolled into the room like he owned it, orange clothes and a shiny addition on the forehead. He sauntered up to a semicircle of the friends he had, TTING in the front and center of their group, which was looking amusedly at the expressions of the people around them. The class rolled their heads away and resumed chatting like nothing had happened. But the same thing happened again when their sensei strolled in professionally and ordered them into their seats. When they were all seated, he ordered them to remain quiet throughout the session. Then he finally spoke. You, he began passionately, are not students in the academy anymore. You are newly fledged ninja, but you will always be my students, who are now genin, ready to begin their ninja life. Being a genin, even though it is a low rank, is the start of your adventures. You will be divided into teams of 3 with a jonin sensei, as I am sure you all know from the lessons you have been taught here. Now, I will announce your team members and you will wait for your sensei to arrive. Iruka began listing off the names in the register he carried, aware of the cast glances between 5 unique friends when he announced teams 7 to 10. To him, Naruto seemed impassive when he heard his teammates' names of Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha. Just as that, all the names were announced. AF. Chair he saw Shino and Hinata go with Kurenai, and Choji and Shikamaru with Asuma. He awaited for his sensei. He waited, and waited, and waited. And finally, after 2 hours of Sakura's continuous screeching, when he heard footsteps outside in the hall, he was really pissed. He had not played any pranks in the few weeks of the graduation and he really wanted to do one right now. And well, if he itching for his sensei would also have to itch for him too. So, he went over to the door silently, opened it just a crack, put a bucket on the top and opened one of his many pouches. He took out a suspicious-looking silver packet, cut it open with a kunai, and dumped its contents into the bucket. As he heard the footsteps outside the door, he was waiting seeming oblivious and with a blind smile. His grin grew slightly wider when a silver-haired man stepped into the room and failed to notice the now toppling bucket above him. The task was silent and efficient, ignoring Sakura's screech and his sensei's "I hate you" message. He sensed the shock in father's spirit. "What's up, Dad?" he asked, curious. The man inside his was quiet for a moment until Kurama, having enough of his speechlessness, swatted a paw toward the older blonde. The former Hokage recovered from his shock when a few gallons of water doused him from chakra-made head to chakra-made toe. Then he cracked up and laughed till the Kyuubi did it again. The older blonde stood up angrily and flipped the ages-old demon the bird. The demon, not to be outdone, took all 4 of his paws and all his 9 tails, and thrust them in the air. The former Hokage chuckled and explained to Naruto about his younger days. He had already told Naruto a lot about his life. When Naruto learned that the masked genin in his dad's stories was the masked jonin today, he cracked up too, in his mind, of course, as he was emotionless on the outside. Well, maybe not emotionless, but someone's normal blinding smile can't be emotion, right? Oh, forget it. Who the hell did he think he was convincing? He had fake heart set on his sleeves. After they went up, had the classic welcome and introductions, Kakashi-sensei told them to go back home and come to training ground 7 for the test. After Sakura's screeching, again, they went back home. Naruto, arriving at his apartment, was directed by his dad to concentrate on a thunder god kunai a bit under the earth of the village. Naruto found several. His dad told him to sense the one closest to the east edge of the village. Naruto narrowed his search down to 3 kunai now. Now his dad told him to find the kunai. In those 3, the most towards the center of the village. When he found the specific kunai, his dad told him to focus harder than normal on it. When he did the Hiraishin he was used to, he felt something pass through him, like a ray or something. A less than a microsecond later, he was standing in the middle of a typical Konoha home. He was speechless for a moment before he asked his dad what this was. "This is your graduation present," his dad replied calmly. Naruto felt his throat dry and looked around wildly. He snapped to all the rooms: 2 bedrooms, a master bedroom, 2 washrooms, a kitchen, a dining room which he was standing in right now, and the living room. He stuttered a bit. Dad. Wah, what?" He was interrupted by his dad, who also had his eyes tear up. "Now, Naruto, my son. Welcome to my humble abode before I had died." Naruto was openly crying now, and Minato had a heartwarming smile on his face. "Come on now, Naruto, is my strong son just going to sit there crying?" he teased. Naruto immediately went to his mindscape and threw himself upon his father. Minato chuckled, cheerful, and stood there, comforting Naruto. Seriously, he thought, how he can remain a kid after all he went through is beyond me, but I like that he has. Naruto, after the hug, spun a quick 180 degrees on his personality. After his tears dried up, he was excitedly shifting room to room, talking excitedly with his father on what wasn't. The house, too, was just like Minato remembered it, fully unchanged and messy to a fault. He or Kushina had never been the type of people to stay organized. Besides, he did enough organization at his job. He did not need to bring that home. As he checked the seals in the house network, Naruto asked him, "Hey Dad, why is the house clean and undisturbed like this? I mean, it has to have cobwebs and the old man Sarutobi needs to have visited sometime." Minato chuckled. "Naruto, when you forget, I remind you that I am a seals master. A few housekeeping seals are nothing beyond me. As for the old man, that was the security seals I put up. According to that seal, only with its current master's genes can enter the house or hook other people to the house. Once the master died, the house was not recognized safe anymore and shut down, until its master's descendant came and reawakened the security measures. You remember the scan when you teleported, right?" He continued at Naruto's curious nod. "That was the house recognizing you as its true new master. You can also program the seals to let other people in. All you need to do is get some of their blood and make them pump a bit of chakra into the seal. To get into the house, since it has no big path in front of the space in front of the door, is also pretty easy. All the person needs to do is nick some blood on the kunai and pump some chakra into it. If the person's blood and chakra is keyed into the seal, they are led in and transported in front of the door, to which they can ring a bell and we can let them in. For the person who is not keyed into the seal, if they do the jutsu, they are tied up and left until someone or they get free. Naruto, listening in rapt attention, nodded after a few moments, finally understanding the concept. His father, seeing the discussion had closed, got back into reality and turned serious again. Naruto, now, you still need to keep a shadow clone up for appearances and supplies, but you can live here indefinitely, as long you shadow clone takes a bathroom break as whenever someone comes to your apartment. At the last statement, he smirked at Naruto and Naruto smiled back. And then he focused on a particular kunai that he had gotten used to and teleported back to his mangy virtually former apartment. He made a shadow clone, ignored the clone's whining, and teleported back to his true home, flopped on the master bedroom's big comfy bed, curled like a fish, and went to sleep happily. On the other side of town, someone was not that happy. Hyuga Hiyashi had just gotten back from one of his meetings with Hinata's personal instructor, Yuhi Kurenai. What a fool he had been to think that if he didn't push his daughter much, she would improve. Now, he heard that she was not much more advanced now than she was before. Granted, her confidence had increased, but that was due to the company of the brash demon brat. The elders had voted for Hinata to give up the company of the brat, but he had seen her confidence increase and told off that decision. Now, he thought, once the company of the boy had to be lessened, she would eventually revert back to her old self. She was so much like her moth he shooed the thought as quickly as it came. This was no time for wishful thinking. He was the head of the Hyuga clan, the head. It was all his responsibility. He also found that the instructor was not that advanced of a jonin as he had thought and heard she was. She was a tracker and genjutsu specialist. But Hinata needed power right now, not tracking skills. He needed to get his older daughter a new instructor. Someone like Kakashi of the Sharingan, but the teams was already distributed. The Uzumaki brat was on Team 7. Not Hinata. Slowly, his mind comprehended the idea. She needed power, a better instructor, and her growing confidence. The corner of Hiyashi's mouth twitched minutely. Why to kill the whole flock of birds with one stone, he thought. Ah well, at least Hanabi and Neji were not disappointing. Alright, do you get it yet? I'm going to end it here, and continue more in the next chapter. I know this update was pretty fast. Hopefully, you guys could get some more fast ones. But enough of that, leave a review with your opinions, and the country of my birth. Guess it, but I bet my imaginary cookie nobody will get it in the first 5 tries. But I have a lot of project for my school, so not as soon as you might think. See ya in the next chappy, hopefully soon. SPYGUY out. NINJAAAA, goo. History is never this cool. Alright, sorry for the late update. That happened because someone, Silver Flyer Cow, jinxed me when they said 2 projects were nothing and that 4 was a pain. Now, I have to cope with 4 projects and my teachers intimidating me with the exams. It's downright hell, I tell you. It's also running me ragged. But enough of my petty thoughts. Wait. If I'm expressing my thoughts and I stop, wouldn't T that stop the story too? Well, now you and I need to ignore the statement before my last. That S kinda complicated, ya know. Anyways, since I know you guys are just dying to read my wonderful story, I'll just make you read a reply to the cool reviews you guys left me, or you can just hear my thanks and skip to the beginning of the chapter. So, thanks for the reviews. I love ninjas. Wrong guess on the country. But I guess it would weird, but if I decide to do it, blame it one yourself. Hey, I am one weird author. Buttercup. Wow, never would have guessed that. And that's not sarcasm. 'Cause that would be practically impossible considering this is the first time I heard from you. Alright, maybe there's a little bit of sarcasm, but no offense really. And I completely agree on Minato being awesome. Leaf Ranger. You have to figure out the moment with Hiyashi yourself, or maybe this chapter will explain more. But you don't realize something. Does Hiyashi have a reason to put Hinata away from Naruto? And thanks for the praise. Splitheart 1120. Let's see, shall we? Silver Flyer. You'll see, and thanks. And yeah, I agree with you, I barely got any Black Ops 2 that weekend. Nightmare. Madara Renegan. Thank you, but I do have to think more on your suggestion. They are so excellent that I have to think a lot to actually try to implement them in here. But there are some flaws when you think about Kushina getting a setup like Minato's, as we only have Kushina's chakra, not her soul. But anyways, thanks for the comment and suggestions. Superblaw. First, best review by far that I ever had. That's not a pretty big number, but still, it's the thought that counts. And the best team intro I ever read. I will imply the bucket stuff in this chapter. But you will have to look under the under, or something that Kakashi said, for that. And besides, it's not like I remember every chapter I write. Oh well. Thanks you for the compliments. The ending was meant for you to think. And I am glad you actually told me some of your process rather than asking outright. The outcomes you came up with were interesting, but you will have to see the answer in this chapter. Thanks again. Alright, time for the story to go by as per my previously stated statement of stativeness. Now, forgetting my pathetic attempt at humor, onwards. Chapter 12. Switcheroo. As Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha, he pretended to be oblivious of the glares and mutters of the villagers around him, but the two tenants inside him regarded the matter differently. The first tenant, a millenniums-old demon fox with 9 tails, called Kurama, aka Kyuubi, was getting more and more pissed off at this, as he had been enduring this for about 12 years. The second tenant, the father of the boy that housed the tenant, was saddened at the gullible and idiotic villagers who couldn't tell the difference from a prisoner and a prison, and was currently thinking, I don't care. Now why dad even decided to come back to Konoha. The second tenant, Minato Namikaze, the son of Kaide Namikaze, formerly Kiri, and Asura Namikaze. The fourth Hokage was also the grandson of Utan Namikaze and Kirin Namikaze, formerly Uchiha. The Namikaze, although they weren't ninjas or a clan, had a great ancestry. It was rumored in the family that the Namikaze existed even in the times of the Sage of Six Paths. But alas, when the great sage taught the people of ninjutsu, it started the world's rise and fall from greatness. As the people started learning, they made their tasks infinitely easier, and a golden age descended upon the world, but as the already evil minds learned jutsu, they surpassed all bounds of chaos. Eventually, there were other professions made in being a ninjutsu mas. Terror was not the only thing to be powerful. There were still people that liked the jutsu, so they made it a profession of their own. They also trained their bodies and minds. They became a powerful force. They became ninjas. But unity was not to be. In a race to be powerful, they people clumped together and battled the opposition. They formed clans, and blood and other genetic mutations were born. People were fighting left, right and center. But the conflict continued, and eventually, people started discovering the peace that the Sage of Six Paths once preached of. They started uniting and settling down to build small villages and big cities. They were at peace, for now. As peace descended upon the lands, the ninja had nothing to do. But the evil in the world had not admitted defeat. Greed and corruption plagued the peace. As the evil minds in society rose, so did the good intentions in others. The ninjas, who were now petty sell swords, came into activation once again. More clans were formed, based on beliefs, country, mutations, and other things. They clans fought for the nations that employed them or the region that they had settled in. The war for power began once again. The Noma DS tired of moving around and settled down. Now, the war for power became a race to have the biggest empire. As ninja villages also settled, the nations that they settled in demanded loyalty from the warriors. The warriors, ninjas, when had no other way to earn a living, agreed. And so, the world kept fighting. In the race for a bigger empire, 5 great nations were born. One of the great nations, the Land of Fire, had 2 ninja clans trying to prove their might. One was the Senju clan, descended from the Sage of the Six Paths and powerful beyond belief. They believed in unity and strength from their will. They trained hard and made a motto to better themselves. They called their motto, the Will of Fire. They had many leaders, currently someone by the name of Hashirama Senju. They were believed to be the most powerful ninjas in the world by some people. They shared a mutual dislike and rivalry to another clan of matching power. The Uchiha clan was also descended from the Sage of the Six Paths. The clan, though, believed in a completely different thing than the other descendants. The Uchiha believed in power to overwhelm, and though this was a good belief, their greed overwhelmed them and so shaped their own motto. The curse of hatred. They, with their powerful eyes, tried to shape their world. At his time, they had the strongest warrior they had seen in several generations, Madara Uchiha. The master of the Sharingan, possessor of the Mangekyo and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, as their leader. The Uchiha and the Senju, powerful as they were, decided not spill more ECIOUS blood and agreed to build their own independent village. They had their people decide the better leader and Hashirama won. Madara, angry at his people, tried to get them to rebel but the people, seeing his true colors, shunned and kicked him out. And so, the village hidden in the leaves began its existence. But peace was not to be lasting, as Madara came back stronger and challenged Hashirama. There he summoned the nine-tailed fox and controlled him to try to destroy the first Hokage. But Hashirama's ideals proved better and he still defeated the angry Uchiha, but at the cost of his own life. Years later, neither the will of fire nor the curse of hatred died out. There were still people opposing the beliefs on both sides but were silenced by the masses. The people in the Uchiha clan were regarded as warriors. Anyone who did not show potential was shunned and picked upon. One female ninja, in their ranks, had not awakened her Sharingan, though she was pretty powerful. When the clansmen started ignoring her because of her power status, the truth of their belief dawned upon her. Therefore, Kirin Uchiha fled the village and the clan. She traveled far and wide, changing her identity every once in a while. She found a rich family, promoting peace, and having ninjas in its ranks. She settled inside the town located in the land of fire, close to the family. There, she found Orc and lived peacefully and contentedly for years. She caught the eyes of a boy in the family, fell in love, married and had children. Then she told her two children, Asura and Tobi, of her childhood and raised them to be peaceful. As they grew up in the town, Asura was content to live and stay peacefully but Tobi wanted more from his life, so he decided to leave the family and travel the world. The family disliked the decision but accepted it. They did not hear from him ever again. So, Asura Namikaze was left alone in the town. He, while out doing business in the town, bumped into the most amazing woman he had ever seen. They too, eventually fell in love, married and had a boy named Minato Namikaze. The boy too, grew up with ideals of peace for all, and the stories of his grandma. The stories positively enraptured him. But still, peace was disrupted by the wars and his grandma died of old age. Asura then decided that the town held too many sad memories, decided to move to Konoha, the village of his mother. In Konoha, to raise his son, got the job of a small merchant and with the money from the Namikaze family, lived happily with his son. His son, though, was all along dreaming about being a ninja. Having heard the stories from his mother, his dad did not like it, but if his child wanted to be something and would be happy doing it, he would not want to stop him. So Minato became a ninja, always sticking to what his grandmother taught him, to be peaceful, calm, and thoughtful before getting violent. And when you get violent, you channel the rage into your actions. He had a good year at the academy, save for a few kinks here and there. The biggest thing he had been noticing was his increasing affection for one red-haired girl. Kushina Uzumaki, coming from the now extinct village of Uzushiogakure, was just as her peers occasionally described her, a red-hot habanero. She had a fiery temper, fiery personality, fiery pride, and a fiery beauty. He was enraptured by her every move, every word, and every gesture. He could not get enough of watching her. But she, on the other hand, was riding the year away a storm, with her cowgirl personality. Her dream of Hokage, the one she pursued with every passionate bone in her body, Minato thought of it worthy of a girl like her. Of course he would not tell her, or speak up his affections, he was too shy. He could only watch, as she stormed her way through the academy. Then it happened, she got abducted one night. He was crazy with worry. He asked almost everyone in town of her whereabouts. They had nothing to soothe him. But then, by a stroke of ironic luck, he saw a small strand of her hair. At first he ignored it, thinking nothing, but then he saw another after that one, then another and another. He saw a head for A trail of the beautiful red hair she hated so much. He quickly followed the trail, finding her and killing the nins kidnapping her. And there, he got over his fears and shyness. While standing on the tall branch overlooking the village, she saw the impression of him that he had wanted her to see for so long. There, he had truly hoped that there was hope for them. And over time, that hope blossomed to be true as they advanced through their career. They had fallen for each other. But Minato became Hokage, the position she wanted so much, and she became a Jinchuriki, an abomination to the village. That was a bad time that Asura saw for his son. The boy he had raised was in tatters. He had the stress of being Hokage, the anger of his girlfriend, and the sadness of the very same girl all wrapped up into one. And for the boy, it was worse. His girlfriend was sad, lacking her usual enthusiasm and fire. And after she had snapped at him for the 131st time, as he had been counting, he had had enough. He took a kunai from his pouch, nicked his arm, and sprayed the blood on his love's face, effectively shocking her. And when her stunned face came into his view again, he let go of everything he had been holding from her. He ranted and raved at her till his cheeks hurt, his mouth ached, and his lips went dry, but he did not stop. Kushina, meanwhile, was silent all through the tirade, listening to her boyfriend about how he was worried about her and did not care what was inside her. Once she finally had enough, she snapped out of it and solidly punched him in the gut. Minato, his breath knocked out of him, was now assured that Kushina was back to normal, and fainted with a smile on his face. Kushina smiled, sighed, and carried her lover to the hospital so that he would not bleed out. They married in secret 2 years later, and Kushina was pregnant 6 months after. Life was good, but then the tragedy struck, and it is what it is right now. And now, Naruto is walking through Konoha's big streets in order to get to the Hokage office. He was curious too. According to him, he should have gone to get the test from Kakashi. The presence of Anbu at his doorstep was not at all reassuring. Ah well, he would see it when got there. When got inside the office, he saw 1 Hokage, 2 outcasts, 2 Jonin, and 1 Sasuke and 1 Sakura and 1 Kiba. Alright, he was definitely curious. They were obviously waiting for him, so he greeted them. Hey Sakura, hey Sasuke, hey Sensei, hey Hinata, hey Shino, hey Kiba, hey pretty lady I don't know, and hey Gigi. They all looked incredulously at him, well, all except the Hokage, Shino and Hinata, who said hello back. Naruto, show some respect, was Sakura's response. Screech. Kurenai and Kakashi said nothing except an outraged gasp. Kiba smirked, hoping that he would get in trouble. Sasuke looked up from his brooding to HN, then lower his head back down. The Hokage laughed and his friends smiled. The Hokage then spoke to them, all right now. Greetings aside, we had a bit of a complication. The Jonin asked about what it was. Well, it seems one of our clan's head does not agree with the team formations, so we will have to switch them up. Naruto, Shino, and Hinata had hopeful looks while the other gave gasps. Kakashi was the first to recover. Who, Lord Hokage, and why? The Hokage replied, the Hyuga Ead Hiyashi has requested that his daughter be placed in a stronger team with confident members. At this, he looked pointedly at Team 7. So, considering the facts that Naruto, Hinata, and Shino have worked together in the past, and that Sasuke's Sharingan could get better with the help of Kurenai's Genjutsu skills, I have decided a new team formation for both of the teams. Naruto spoke shortly after. Is that Hinata's dad? The Hiyashi Hyuga, the one in the clan that the biggest stick up his A that Konoha has ever had the displeasure to encounter. That Hiyashi Hyuga, they were outraged now, except for Naruto, Hinata, and Shino of course, as the outcasts were perfect little angels. All the reactions were different. Kurenai and Kakashi started protesting with the Hokage. Naruto and his friends looked hopefully at each other, wishing it was what they thought it was. The others started to protest with their senseis in order to know what was going to happen to them. The Hokage had had enough. The noise died out immediately. You will listen to this and this is final. Upsetting the Hyuga head or Naruto is something I am not interested in. Naruto was beaming. The new team formations will be as follows. Team 7 will consist of Kakashi Hatake, Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, and Shino Aburame. Team 8 will consist of Kurenai Yuhi, Kiba Inuzuka, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. You are dismissed. Naruto thought that his smile could not get any wider. He high-fived both his friends and ran up the Hokage to hug him. The Sandaime ruffled his hair in response, while hugging Naruto back. The Sandaime smiled too, and was genuinely happy because his young charge had been made happy because of him. The Hyuga were not all that bad, he thought, at least they made Minato's son happy. And anything that would make Naruto or Konohamaru happy would be fine by him. Together, the three of them dragged a stunned Kakashi away from the office. Unknown to Sino, Hinata, or Kakashi, Naruto did a few hand signs and activated the prank that he had poured on Kakashi earlier. Kakashi could not understand how he had started itching so badly so fast. Okay, that's it for this chapter. You will get more soon enough. I have done as much as I could for this one. Anyways, you all found out the outcomes of that little episode. It was interesting to say the least, to write Minato's history in. Now you would also understand why Minato thinks that Sharingan was cool. His grandma was an Uchiha, doofus. Good luck on guessing the country too. Now, I have more popcorn, a glass of Coke, and a really big urge to play Black Ops 2. So, see ya. Spy Guy 001 out. Peace dudes. Safety of book compromised. Panic. Alright, now that I have started working on this chappy, it will nice and fine for your enjoyment. And, I have decided to put the majority of my one-sided conversation at the bottom, so that I know what to say once I have finished the chapter. Now, I am really thankful to all of you that reviewed, and I will reply you at the end of the chapter. So without further lollygagging, onwards. Chapter 13. Teamwork. Then, I'll use, don't worry, control, just do, Alrig, cool, let's do it. Was all Kakashi heard before his new students rushed him. To say that he was appalled at the team change was a big understatement. He had, in fact, hoped for the youngest alive Uchiha to be in his team. The screeching Banshee fangirl could be a minor discomfort, but he could have bared it. Now, with the new students, his perspective was being changed quickly. For one, they were working well with each other. They were nothing like he would have predicted his earlier team to be. For two, they knew about his plan. After he had said start, they had just whispered coordinates to each other, and jumped away to hide. He knew that Naruto was one person that would try to rush him head on, but here, nothing was going as he had assumed. And then, they had actually figured his game out, as they were trying to team up on him. He tried not to spy on them, to give them the advantage of surprise, but he could not resist. From the snippets that he tried not to hear, he gathered that they were making a plan. He chuckled silently. Looks like they took the order to kill seriously then, he mused. Now, he knew the plan involved something, so he was on his alert. And the fact that he knew Hinata and Shino were behind him helped too. Now, all three rushed him from all sides, but surprised him again when Naruto shot 3 kunai towards him. He caught the kunai easily, heard the telltale whiz behind his left ear and caught another 3 kunai, and then another behind his right ear. He turned to fling all of the kunai back at Naruto, was deflecting the kunai from the Golden Kid himself. Then the blonde spoofed into nothing as Kakashi's kunai hit his head. He chuckled once again. The best of the year then. Now he was glad that he had this certain team. The title of Prodigy and Dead Last can be very misleading. Kakashi thought. He did not need to turn around to see that the others were gone too. He got their plan now. Test the teacher out. Person A, B, and C surround the target. Throw W kunai each at a time to check the target's reflexes. And then create a diversion so that all members can get away. Classic, but effective. Alright then, if they thought themselves as big shots, they should be surviving his turn too. He went to the Hyuga girl first. Genjutsu was useless against Hyuga, as he realized when his illusion faded as quickly as it had come. Ninjutsu, his headhunter was easily foiled. And now that he was in the open, he tried for traps. He sent a duplicate of the bell rolling towards the girl, acting like he had dropped it. The girl pretended to lunge for his waist. And he realized that his protective twitch had given him away. And judging from the smirk on her face, she had not fallen for it in the first place. Alright then, She was up to it. He shunshin Ed away, leaving the girl startled at his retreat. It was going so well. He went after the Aburame next. He target genjutsu again, proved futile by the illusion collapsing after just a second. Taijutsu was fine too, judging by the fact that he had gotten some hits from the boy. While beating him up, ninjutsu was fine too, considering the fact that the boy had responded with a water wall to Kakashi's fireball. The sensei was starting to enjoy this. Then, he felt a sudden flare of chakra. Large amounts of chakra, volatile chakra, malevolent chakra, demonic chakra. The blondie. He was not given a chance to relax, however. As the said person jumped into his vision, the demeanor of the boy had changed considerably. Gone was the happy-go-lucky shouting idiotic kid. He was replaced with a boy with a distinctive dangerous aura. Slitted dark blue eyes and the deepened whiskered marks also helped maintain that image. The boy jumped across to him, swiping his hand, claw, whatever, at him, poised to kill. Kakashi's eyes widened and his smirk deepened. Oh by hell, he was going to enjoy this. But like shit, Kakashi's smirks usually don't last long. This time was no exception. Naruto showed a feral grin, and lunged at his sensei again. Kakashi was having a panic attack now that he was done with being excited for the match. His unusual thought were, is the seal okay? Did the Nine Tails escape? Is Naruto okay? Is Naruto in control? Am I gonna die? Yep, he was panicking. He was not given any time to dwell on his thoughts as Naruto quickly rained down a barrage of bone-breaking kicks and punches on his guard. And though he did not show any emotion or weakness on the outside, he winced each time on the inside. And while he concentrated, he failed to see a few insects and an unusually orange bug crawling up his legs. He also failed to see the orange bug go into his pockets and get an equally orange book. And what he failed to see most of all was the other bugs bite through the threads, holding the bells together just until the threads were cut apart. But he did finally notice those bugs. He flipped over, backwards, all while shaking the bugs off him, all except the unusual orange bug. The unusual orange bug put his legs together in a weird pattern, and several more orange bugs poofed into existence. Almost all the bugs took a hold of the book, while one disappeared. Naruto, fighting Kakashi, suddenly grinned, and gave a signal. If Kakashi noticed a violet-ish blue-haired Hyuga heiress behind him, he did not give any indication until Naruto jumped and ran back and a chakra-induced palm went over his crouched body. He dodged a kick that came next, along with the punch accompanying it. He dodged all of the heiress ''s attacks, making sure to not guard any of them. The barrage still continued, no end in sight. Naruto, on the other hand, ran away from the battle, made a clone, and nodded at him. The clone nodded back, changed into an orange bug, and did a leg sign. In Kakashi''s pocket several bugs and a book suddenly vanished, replaced with a lone orange bug, who too, poofed into nothingness. Outside the pocket, the girl fighting Kakashi smirked as the blonde that she knew jumped into her vision and gave her a thumbs up. She put an extra kick in her next kick. The chakra that she put in her feet extended an extra foot, and snagged the two bells that escaped her foot. The bells flew away from her and landed in Naruto''s outstretched hand. When the sensei started to jump towards the blonde and get the bells back before the time limit, the blonde smirked and pulled out a very familiar book out of his pocket. Kakashi froze. Bug Boy, who was behind Kakashi till now, jumped towards Naruto, stood beside him, took out a kunai, and raised it over the book. Naruto spoke. Well, what now Kakashi-sensei? The book or the bells? Jump over here, and we kill the book, but you get the bells. Raise your hands, concede, and let Hinata paralyze you, the book will stay fine dandy while we eat lunch. If they were any other genin, he would have just gone there with more speed than the kids could see, gotten his book back and told them that they had passed. He was not so sure in this plan with these kids, and the platinum version of the Ica Paradise, with illustrations and author ''s notes, was not worth the risk. So he did what needed to be done. He raised his hands and let the girl hit him from behind, blacking out. The next thing he saw was the blonde, the bug boy, and the Hyuga putting away his lunch. When they noticed he was awake, they smiled and went to help him. Kakashi, though, felt the weight of his book in his pocket and decided it was time for some retribution. He spoke after a few seconds. All right then, you three beat me, but there are only 2 bells. So decide which one goes back to the academy and which one stays. They all looked at each other, and burst, you two can stay. At each other. That made Kakashi smile and chuckle. He eased their worries. You all pass, and you all are genin. See you at the entrance of the Hokage Tower at 7 tomorrow. Yes, in the morning. Then he shunshined away to he knows where. The 3 jumped up and high-fived each other. Naruto then spoke to the other 2, okay, guys, we passed. Shino, go see Choji and Shika to see if they passed. Let's meet at the old playground at 7 tonight. Hinata, I need to talk to you. The 2 nodded at him. Shino ran off and Hinata turned to him. She sighed, still beating me up more than training me. They still have a stick up all of their A***s. Naruto nodded, and replied, well then. I suppose I will have to train you. Hinata's head just jerked up in surprise. Come on, you have on one caring for you in your own home. And you know that I am capable of more than this. Who else do you think can do it? Let's meet up after the missions and team training tomorrow. Hinata nodded and ran off, the voice calling after her, by the way, watch your language. She blushed and ran harder, trying to ignore the chuckles emanating after her. All right, that is that. Let me know what you thought of the fight and the chapter in itself. Already thanks for the reviews left to me. Somebody asked me how Naruto became this strong in just 6 years when it took Minato 5 times that. Well, as I already told you, time in his mindscape passes a lot differently. A minute in the real world equals an hour in his mind, so, training in mind for 1 hour means that he trains for 60 hours total. So, he has already trained for more time than Minato ever had. By the way guys, I have put up a poll for you guys to vote on. Please, if you have some time after reading this, I will highly suggest you check it out. As for the answers to your concerns, I am unfortunately not answering any reviews this chapter, for several reasons. It my winter break. I have a lot of homework. It Christmas Day tomorrow. I am too lazy. I will answer some next chapter. So thanks for all your feedback. I have to play Black Ops since I have not played it since yesterday. Spy Guy out. Peace. D ranks. Whining. Training ninja. Iked. The new chapter. It's here. It's awesome. And it's something that you desperately need. Come one come all folks. The new chapter of 2 Tenants is here. No longer do have to be so glum and sitting in corners of your life waiting for the new chapter. Why? Because it is here. And before I go mad of overexcitement, onwards. Chapter 14. Progress buzz. Target sighted. Buzz buzz. Target sighted. Buzz buzz. Target sighted. Buzz. Buzz. 28 meters from target. Buzz buzz. 7 meters from target. Buzz buzz. 3 meters from target. Buzz buzz. Converge. Buzz. Then the silence lasted only a moment before a lot of rustling as heard and a screech filled the forest. The screeching was followed immediately by a lot of OWs. And ouches. And a fair bit of colorful language. But then that quieted down as well and a satisfied hum was heard. I swear, if I get one more D-rank mission to catch that cat. No. If I get one more D-rank period, I am going to collapse from depression or inactivity or both. Now, Naruto, Tora is innocent. See, look at her, quiet and peaceful. That's not fair, Hinata. The blasted cat has it out for me. It's only peaceful with you. Come on all of you. We need to finish the mission. Shino stayed quiet. Naruto walked back with his team. The fox had already healed his face of the scratches from the cat now resting peacefully in Hinata's arms. Naruto knew. He knew that he had to do some D-rank mission, but what the hell was this? The limit was 15 D-rank missions and they had already done 37. He heard his dad and Kurama laughing at him again. Those two. There you are. I hope the mission went well. The Sandaime Hokage inquired of them. Kakashi nodded before a shadow descended upon them and the cat in Hinata's arms was roughly yanked from their grasp and coddled like mad from a creepy fat woman. Naruto started to feel a little bad about the cat before he squashed the feeling. Hey Gigi, I am not taking any more of the stupid missions. We already did more than we need. Naruto protested to the Hokage. The thoughts of his team well matched his. The Hokage looked out the window. It seemed the sunset was still a ways off. He sighed. He wished he had Iruka here today. But the teacher was needed for the academy. The absence of Mizuki created a blank spot in the teacher section. He was not in the mood to protest. Fine, Naruto, you can have one tomorrow. And as you pointed out, you already did a lot of the missions. You can take a day to relax before your mission. Just then, teammate walked in through the doors. The old Hokage cursed his luck. Kurenai briefed the old man on the mission. Sasuke and Sakura stayed quiet but Kiba did not. Oh, you have that cat again. Ha, you probably can't get a better mission, can you, Naruto? Naruto, exhausted from the mental dealing with the mission, snarled at him. Kiba smirked. Naruto swore Kiba would not have that smile at the end of the day. Yeah, she wouldn't last a second against Akamaru. He continued. Naruto had realized his mistake, reprimanded himself, and did not rise to the bait this time. Eventually, the bait withered out and they got paid for their mission and went their own ways. Naruto pulled Hinata aside. He mouthed training at her. She nodded. They went to the usual clearing that they trained at, just about a mile from his team's usual training field. Naruto turned towards her. They sat down and made small talk, but that quickly got out of their way. He spoke after a moment of silence. Hey Hinata, how's your family tree going? Any new branches up any of their asses? She giggled. Not any new ones, Naruto. Just that the old ones got a little bigger. Ho, what do we have here? Our innocent little Hinata-chan is not that innocent after all. He teased her. Her blush could rival a tomato. But she had learned to control herself from Naruto. Well, Naruto, I learned from the best ones, didn't I? He laughed along with her. When the laughter died out, he signaled her to get up and get ready. She nodded. Naruto nodded to her and pointed to a place not far from where he was standing. Hinata nodded back and stood at the mentioned place, falling into the standard Hyuga stance. The veins around her eyes bulged outwards. They both waited just 3 seconds, then rushed at each other. Naruto threw a left hook at her face, while trying to drive a knee into her gut. She expert L.Y. dodged both while going for palm strikes on his outstretched arm. He lowered it and tried to kick her back. She was not fast enough and suffered the brunt of the blow through the elbows that she barely brought down in time. She took a deep breath to recover and charged back in with a stronger resolve to hit the blonde. He was guarding well. She tried to strike the forearms on display, but was baffled when he suddenly fell. She looked down to see him take out a kunai and try to stab her foot. She widened her eyes, narrowed them, and she too fell down, bringing her feet back trying to knock high out by driving her elbow onto his head. He smirked, rolling out of the way. She rolled forward and jumped up, but he dodged her feet and jumped several meters back. She sauntered forward with a smirk on her face. Then she fell into a stance he recognized. He had seen her practice it several times before. Had she mastered it? His answer was the patter of feet as she rushed towards his calm appearance and shocked personality. She yelled out the words as she battered his body with strikes. As soon as the last strike was delivered, she jumped back while the boy in front of her was covered in smoke and disappeared into nothing. She suddenly spun around with palms out, missing the same person by inches. He went on the offensive, punching and kicking seemingly every part of her small body. She stumbled back, fell on one knee, and tried to ignore the pain. The boy smiled at her efforts but rushed at her again. She, clenching her jaw in determination and eyes shining, brushed off the boy's strikes. However, the boy smirked and jumped back. She widened her eyes as she felt mud under her. He, calmly and quickly raised his hand and formed a hand sign. She felt the mud harden and her feet stuck in the ground. She narrowed her eyes and ground her teeth. She threw a few shuriken at the boy, all while trying to wrench her leg out and falling into her first stance. The boy smirked wider, and blazed through a lot of hand seals. Dodging the projectiles, she saw him stop but was obstructed further view when a mud dome encased itself around her. She struck the offensive walls hard, and when they did not crack or waver, tried harder. She exhausted her reserves trying to get the dome to open but to no avail. Outside, the boy smiled proudly. Do not give up, for sure. He taught her well. He released both jutsus, and braced himself as the kunoichi rushed at him again. Her breathing was haggard but her stance, posture and resolve unwavering. He waited till she was close enough and quickly got behind her. And held his kunai at her neck, smirking confidently. I concede, said Hinata. She slumped and Naruto held her closely and carefully. She waited till she had recovered enough and stood again. The arm still remained around her waist. She expelled a little bit of chakra from all her tenketsu, reminding him while they both failed to contain their blushes. Naruto sprung away and rested a bit in front of her. He too tried to ignore the raucous laughter of his two tenants. He thought of the battle in silence. So, his clone's memories told him about the jutsu she had performed. 8 trigrams 62 palms. Congrats Hinata, he told the blue-haired girl, you finally finished it, That was one hell of a painful just you. Man, I would be mangled if I was in there instead of my clone. The GIRL smiled gratefully and blushed at the praise. Naruto, what were those jutsu that you used to trap me? They were hard to escape from. And how did you get so fast? She curiously fired the questions at the blonde. He smiled and sighed, his body language telling her enhanced eyes that he was seemingly arguing with himself. He smirked satisfactorily and confidently after a few moments. He gazed into her eyes. Hinata, I won't promise to tell you everything because I can't. But I can tell you some stuff. Those jutsu were Earth style. Mud trap and Earth style, Earth dome. I can't, unfortunately, tell you where they come from. But just know that it is not exactly my choice, okay? He continued at her nod. As for the speed, chakra weights are your friends. I can't give you them but I can give you a gravity seal. She smiled and thanked him. He asked her to put the seal somewhere her clan would not want to look. She turned red and asked him to turn away for a bit. He complied, turning away, despite his body screaming at him to not do so. After she signaled him back, he moved on to the darker subjects. He looked at her for a bit. She was a bit hunched over but seemingly fine. He guessed she was tired from the fight and had not actually put any chakra into the seal. He called her over to a rock at the side of the field. Hey, nice work on the spar. I am wondering though, what your clan is doing to you. Seemingly depressed, she hung her head. Hey, still a bunch of arrogant idiots. They beat me up more than teach me. Naruto moved towards her and held her while she cried out the worry and tension that the clan gave her. Why are they doing it, Naruto? Why are they acting like that? I'm a kid, for Kami's sake. I'm only 12. They even make Hanabi beat me. If I wanted, I could just hit her and Neji back. But I just want to. I don't want to hit them. I don't want the clan to kill each other. They all talk big about how they are the best clan and noble, but inside the walls. They brutally beat up a 12-year-old child, all because her father was born first and that she looks weak. All a bunch of idiots. Ha, and the village that they are in is not that good either. I saw the looks they gave you, Naruto, and don't you dare deny it. Why Naruto? Why? Her crying turned into sobbing and she whimpered quietly on his shoulder. After a while, he reassured her and told her that it would be fine someday. He promised her that someday, she would be the happiest person alive with all her worries behind her, and that was one promise he was going to keep. She gathered herself quickly after that, and thanked Naruto when he told her that if she ever wanted to talk, he was there for her. Shortly thereafter, he told her how to use the gravity seal. She was nearly suffocating by the time she reached X5, but after a day's progress, she could walk just as fast as before with her seal set to X2.5, though she was not such a proficient ninja at it. After the sun came to the treeline, he told her to go back home or her clan could get suspicious. He also told her that she should do as much walking as she could, as to get used to it before her body adjusted to it as she slept. She thanked him for the advice left, though not before her told her again that if she ever wanted to talk, he was there for her, and that there was absolutely no reason for her clan to treat her like that and that the Hyuga except for her were almost all arrogant bastards with a skyscraper up their asses. She had laughed and went on her way. Truthfully, he thought much of the same thing. Why should she be in a clan that didn't want her there? Why should he be in a village that didn't want him there? He sighed, the only reason he stayed for was the people precious to him. Hinata, Jiji, Choji, Shika, Shino, Uruka. They were the only reason. And when he had presented his views to his father, the Yondaime Hokage had agreed with him. Minato had lost any and all respect he had for the village. In fact, if he was there right now, and the village asked him to be a Hokage, he would spit on their faces and point at Naruto. They beat, maimed, tortured, ignored, antagonized, starved, mocked, burned, and electrocuted him beyond recognition. They didn't even deserve mercy. Sarutobi was the Hokage. He did all he could, but he was a Hokage and was not allowed to show favoritism. Jiraiya had to maintain his spy network, but he too had aided the boy whenever he could. He never came in direct contact, but Minato could sense him there. Uruka was another that was not allowed to show favoritism, but also aided the boy, kept him out of trouble, and pushed him into being stronger. Then there were Naruto's friends. The 5 of them were a closely knit group. They all trusted Naruto to the greatest degree, thinking of him as a part of a family. It was said by Naruto that they could be trusted, but because of the experiences Kurama and Minato had, they were not too keen on that. They had seen things that Naruto could only dream of, and those would be pleasant dreams. But at least his had them. And that was enough for now. If they kept his secrets, he would give his permission to Naruto. Especially if their feelings stayed where they were, he would find confessing to the indigo-haired girl sooner. He could see the same affection between Naruto and Hinata that there was, is between him and Kushina. Granted, Kushina has not returned those affections until a bit later. Naruto was a spitting image of Minato, but with his wife's personality. Hinata had Minato's personality, kind and gentle. He had a new bet. Then there was the Jukin. It was ringing ninja bells in Minato's head. He saw those chakra flashes. The residue that seemingly dissipated in the air. He thought of this much like he had when he had made both the Rasengan and the Hiraishin. He had to ask Kurama about this. Maybe the old fox could tell him something. Hey Furball, you there? Minato called into the mudbath room. That was where the fox had gone to last time. The reply came soon enough. What is it with you human and your interruptions? Is it too much to ask to have a decent relaxing time? Minato laughed. If only, one mudbath is fine, but I don't know if 60 of them count. Besides, I have a question. He heard the fox sigh. Is it about the residual chakra? Minato's eyes widened. How did you know? He heard the beast snort. Silly human. All the while you had your eyes right on the girl's hands. Afterwards, I heard the Rasengan spinning and exploding. Do you take me for a fool? I heard all that, and to answer the question, yes. I know what happens to it and a very powerful technique that can be used by the boy because of his reserves. Minato prodded forward. Why haven't you taught it to him then? Kurama told him. The technique needs crazy good chakra control, lots of chakra and good wind manipulation. Minato frowned. Naruto has all of those. His main element is wind. Again, why not? Kurama sighed. I did not remember the technique till now. Hell, the only reason I thought of it was because of white eyes when you mentioned the chakra residue. Minato furrowed his brows. What's so special about the technique? And why did the Byakugan remind you of it? In fact, where did you find the technique? Kurama laughed. Easy. The reason that the eyes reminded me of the technique was because the technique works just like the eyes. Not everyone can use it though. Only a person with very large chakra reserves, wind chakra, and demonic chakra can perform the technique effectively. Otherwise it comes off incomplete. I learned it in my lifespan on one of my missions, not on this stupid piece of rock. Somewhere that you probably don't know of and never will. Minato sighed. He wasn't going to get anything else out of the fox now. He hated it when the demon got all cryptic, and the implication was severe. The technique though, seemed unbelievable and extremely powerful too. He could only imagine the possibilities that it provided to his son. I wasn't enough to beat Madara, but it was enough to give Naruto a chance. How will Naruto learn it, though? He posed the question to the fox. The fox shrugged and said that when Naruto finished the mission, he would teach him. The technique could take years to perfect, but combined with the slow time in the mindscape and Naruto's shadow clones, those years could very well pass in less than an hour. Though he would have to make Naruto more proficient in wind manipulation though. Maybe Kurama has a solution to that too. He sat up from in front of the big TV. The familiar snaps were heard as he stretched. He never tired, but his ethereal body was falling out of shape from laziness. It was time to prove to himself why he was the Yondaime Hokage. Besides, being regularly defeated by your 12-year-old son made your ego used to getting crushed every now and then. He had nothing better to do either. Alright then, it was time once again, to train. Late at night, near the Inuzuka compound, a shadowed figure crept near the ground. The person appeared to be a young not yet teen under a red coat and black flames at the bottom. The person was wearing an orange outfit and had a mop of spiky blonde hair. Anyways, he crept along the compound walls, spraying something out of a bag he had hidden before. When L of the circular wall was sprayed by the substance, there was about half of the big bag left. A fox-like smirk crept up the boy's face, as he put out his hand, whispered, "Futon, chakra shredder," and used his chakra to spin an invisible Rasengan-like sphere made of wind. It was his first made and one of the most prized techniques. He tossed the sphere inside the bag and swiftly tossed the bag into the compound. A thump was heard as the bag collided into the ground. The compound guards and dogs stood at attention, hearing the thump, but none, remembering where the noise had come from. The figure ran away from the compound, footsteps echoing the boy's presence. No one neither noticed nor investigated the bag silently spinning and tossing the substance around the compound, spraying over the walls and roofs. And no one certainly noticed the invisible sphere slowly shred the bag to little less than microscopic pieces and die itself out. In the morning, when the Inuzuka dogs chased the cats in the compound, the aggravated clan members certainly didn't notice that pieces of the once noble bag. They tried to sniff out the reason why there was catnip covering the compound. Even their best hound found no scent. Alright. Then, this chappie is wrapped up nice and tight. So, the wave mission arc now. What will happen now? What do you want to happen? You tell me what I want, and I give you the appropriate story. Anyways, what did you think? Please review. Anyways, the story is going nicely. Please tell me if you want the wave story arc to be different and how different you want it. I have my exams shortly after now, and I have to go to my home country and miss a ton of school days. The first 3 weeks of the semester, talk about bitchy fate. So, chappies will be only as fast as the bigger number of reviews. I need to know your opinions and questions. Here are the questions of the chapter. Would you rather prefer the chapter long and late, or short and early? And, do any of you know of the jutsu Kurama was talking about? Let's give you a hint, Zuzushi. Anyways, leave your answers in the reviews, and thanks for the reviews that you left me already. Superblaw. Thanks man. And as an answer to your question, Kakashi was trained by Minato. Naruto was trained by Minato and Kurama. Fox equals sly and swift. Demon Fox equals uncatchable. Also, technically, Naruto was trained longer than Kakashi because of the mindscape and shadow clones. The aforementioned panic attack helped too. Leaf Ranger. Thanks, and yes they did. Clever 123. Really, I thought I put one up. I'll check again to be sure. The question was the same anyways, like the first in the ones up there. To the rest of the people who reviewed, huge thanks. SpyGuy001, out. Peace. Join to the point. Alright, guys. I'm back from my vacation, so this chappie is going to be short as it is like a call to say that I am back in my works and I will post soon with a better chappie. My vacation to my home country was awesome. Damn, I feel great. Anyways, now that I am here, let's get Naruto on the road, literally. So without further ado, onwards. Chapter 15. Assembled at last. When Kakashi arrived at the Hokage's office late, of course for his team's mission, he was surprised to find the rookie teams all assembled impatiently in front of the Hokage. And then he was not so surprised to hear shouts of, "Sensei, you're late," from Naruto. He silently noted the Inuzuka wince and calmly told the room full of people that he had been helping an interdimensional traveler go back to his dimension and had been delayed trying to find the portal. The Hokage, Jonin and the outcasts rolled their eyes while the other teams watched with puzzled eyes. The Hokage called for attention. Attention, all of you. I promised Team 7A C-ranked mission due to their outstanding performance on all the D-ranked missions they have gone on so far. But, due to the fact that we have Chunin ready for the C-ranked on the roll, I have decided to change the plan. Instead of the C-ranked going to Team 7, I have decided to Team 7, 8 and 10 ABA ranked mission to do together. The students and teachers alike displayed different levels of surprise ranging from widened eyes to gasps. The Hokage acknowledged their response and continued on. I know that this may come as a surprise to you all, as this has never happened before in Konoha history. And I think that this would turn out to be a success and with the Hyuga, Inuzuka, Uchiha, Nara etc. clans, Naruto, and 3 Jonin, I am confident that this placement will work wonderfully. Now, on to the mission. Come in, Tazuna. An obviously drunk man lumbered into the room at the Hokage's shout. He widened his eyes at the assembled shinobi. The Hokage began again. Shinobi, this is Tazuna, the famous builder from the land of waves, and he is trying to build a bridge to span the nation and drastically increase the country's economy. The country's current condition is really poor. With Getu the businessman's entry to wave, it seems that Getu has hired ninja to assassinate Tazuna and stop the bridge that threatens his business. Your mission is to escort Tazuna to Wave Country and protect him while he finishes the bridge. Now, Tazuna, you are ordered to go to the West Gate and wait there for the teams to get ready to escort you. All genin are ordered to pack the needed supplies and have 1 hour to do so. All the jonin need to remain here for a more detailed debriefing. Dismissed. A.N. I know that this was WAAAAAY short, but this was just a welcome back call. Review at least once to let me know that you still read this story. The review answers are as follows. Leaf Ranger. Thanks for the review, but I can't believe that an author like you hasn't read yet again. It's one of the best fanfics in the Naruto verse out there. Read, yet again with a little extra help, by Third Fang. It's a great FIC. Superblaw. The action will pop up fully in the next few chapters with Wave Arc with a twist. The story will branch off soon, but not like this because there was no major change in the FIC yet. This mission will mark the beginnings of the change. I am sorry to hear of why. Our writing skills, but you are a great reviewer and any opinions of yours are valued greatly. Thanks. PPSH. First off, I would like to say that no story is perfect and has errors. Then, I would say that my story, according to you, might have a lot more of them than necessary. The elemental jutsu, Sasuke, used the fireball without knowing element manipulation. Element manipulation meaning by me is to master the user's respective element. Using jutsus without knowing element manipulation is doable. Academy enrollments in my stories happen at 10 because the citizens need an education apart from ninja. The civilians got that education while Naruto did not, due to his demonicity and status as an orphan living alone. Having someone who already lived a Konoha nin's life pretty much means that you know what's coming up. I never said in my story that the outcasts were instantaneous lifelong friends, merely really good ones. I would like to point out that the Kages and the Elemental Lords used TVs to communicate in the war. They built a metropolis in a megacar. And yes, we all know Kyuubi is a hypocrite. Kyuubi can't just do random destruction for centuries. The Death God deal seems like a better option. And I designed the universe like that, so deal with it. Minato was the one who initiated the jutsu. Remember that the Sandyame did not finish his Shiki Fuin with Orochimaru, so I meant that Minato cut his soul like that. And like in Harry Potter, that soul piece latched onto the nearest thing, meaning Naruto. Minato does love Kushina, and says that he has to move on because he has to care for Naruto. Not because he doesn't love her anymore. Notice when he thinks of the story, his background. I would tell you to move on to other fanfiction if you don't like this one. Besides, haters gonna hate. Also, question of the chapter. What is my home country? Hint. Daisy Jat. Everyone, see ya soon with a better chappy. Review. Now I gotta sleep. Trek and roll. Ninja ahead. A.N. Alright then, I am finally uploading the chapter. I am so glad to hear that I still have such great readers. You guys are awesome. Thanks for the reviews, guys. So, I will be sure to make this chapter fairly big, in order to make up for the last really short ones. Also, A bit of warning to the Sakura and Sasuke fans that read this story, a bit of kind of bashing ahead. Now, without further delay, onwards. Chapter 16. Trek. Poof went the space that their teacher now stood in. Except for Naruto, Hinata, Shino, Kurenai, and Asuma, who were used to the thing, all others stood surprised at the scene. Kakashi just raised one lazy hand, and without looking away from his perverted book, said, "Yo," to the group. Naruto had his hand up just before Kiba, but thinking that it would not make one iota of a difference, and too excited to ruin the mood of his first high-rank mission, lowered it in silent resignation right after Kiba's shout of, "You're late." Kakashi brushed the back of his head with his hand and told them that a pretty lady needed help finding some roses and he couldn't refuse to help her. The classic eye rolls followed. Then all of them decided to set the pace for the trek. Kakashi said that since they were in no big hurry, they could walk the way to Wave, while Naruto suggested just knocking Tazuna out and having their Jonin carry him to Wave. And much to Naruto's endless disappointment, the rest of the genin and Tazuna chose Kakashi's idea. Sasuke's only input was an HN and a brooding aura. It was only yet an hour after they had set off that the outcasts and the Jonin noticed the genjutsu lying on the road. The 5 genins eyes flickered to each other's and the Jonin nodded to their comrades behind Kurenai's well-made genjutsu. Kakashi spoke first. "Oi, little kiddies, why aren't we take a 5-minute break and let our client rest a bit before setting off again?" Kurenai and Asuma nodded, finalizing the decision. They decided to rest in a bit of foliage off the road and the Jonin chose to lead the genin there. The 3 grown-ups had just taken the front seats when the puddle right ahead went up in smoke, revealed 2 hidden mist chunin, and the group froze at the killing intent that they exuded. To the genin, all except Kurama and Minato were oblivious to the fact that they were now trapped in a genjutsu courtesy of Kurenai Yuhi. What actually happened was that Kurenai simply trapped everyone in the vicinity except her and her Jonin comrades in a really awesome genjutsu. They simply jumped into the foliage of the trees. What the genin saw was that their Ensei were the only ones not continuously affected by the killing intent and leapt at their attackers, then promptly get sliced by the chain on their attacker's hands. The attacker simply relished at the thought of killing 3 Jonin in one attack. Their pride was holding them in place as they gloated heartily in their minds. The genin were different, and each a different reaction with what they saw. Ino's mind went blank, sending no thoughts to her except the apparently infinite replay of her sensei getting torn to pieces by the chain, in utter dreadful silence that shook her to the core. She couldn't move. She did not see in front of her eyes and did not hear the bone-shattering scream from Sakura that her ears gave her. There was just that chain, Asuma sensei's widening eyes, the split body parts of her very new and liked sensei, the pieces lying on the floor of the forest, his mouth opening in a silent scream. She did not notice anything beside that, and again, she fell to her knees. She barely feels the contact of the floor hitting her knees, jarring her whole body. She did not fully feel the contact, but barely, she did feel it. She saw the same event happening again. It was fully the same thing. The same clarity, but it felt a little bit numb now, and yet it felt a little bit more real. The numbness too, with the replays inside her head, faded a bit. Then the anger settled in. It clouded her mind. Now what she saw was not Asuma dying, but his body on the floor in the mirthful eyes of the hidden mist chunin. She did not care if she was just a genin, or hat that the ninja was far more skilled than her and could kill her in a heartbeat, it just didn't matter. She bared her teeth, stood up, crouched, picked out a kunai, and charged. At the same time, he state of the other genin was not much different. Sakura could feel nothing but fear from the moment the killing intent settled on her. She felt her hands fly to her mouth yet did nothing to stifle the scream that ripped from her mouth. Her mind was as much as a jumbled of a mess as her sensei lying on the cold ground of the forest. She did not know what was real anymore. More than that, though, she felt fear. What would happen to her? She was barely a child. She had a full life ahead of her. Now, being a ninja was not as cool as she had thought it to be. She was going to die. She had not even fulfilled her life's dream. Oh Kami, what about Sasuke-kun? Was he going to die? Her inner self did not speak at the boy's mention. She thought that this was the end of her life. No more. No more was she going to have a life. A chance at Sasuke-kun's love, beating Ino and Hinata. Oh Kami. She was going to die. But she couldn't just die standing there like a fool. No, she had to do something. She had to do something. Her comrades would die. So, she did. She did the only thing capable of her at the time. She took out the kunai from her pouch, and readied herself. She had to survive. She charged. Hiba smelled the blood. It was not a foreign smell to his. There were ninkin in compound that had to go to his sister as she was the vet. He had never thought that the smell could be so overwhelming. He could just feel the rusty scent licking at the tip of his nose. The scent did not wait for his consent to just rush up his nose and assault. The sense he valued most. He jerked and his hands flew from his waist to his nose to stop the smell from choking his very being. Then he saw the mangled and cut up body of his sensei. His hand lowered a bit to stop the bile that rushed up his throat. He heard Akamaru bark fearfully. He felt Akamaru crawl down his jacket, pants, and hide behind his leg. He felt Akamaru bite his leg. He jolted. His ninkin. He could not let him die. His comrades, he could not let them die. He would not let them die. He growl matched Akamaru's and he started sprinting towards the Chunin. Sasuke saw the blood and the bodies. His mind snapped back to the incident years ago. The night he lost everything, it was so clear. The night had been years ago, yet it was as clear as the time he had seen it and in his nightmares. He heard Itachi's taunting voice. He would never get revenge. He would die a pathetic end from the ninja in front of him. They had beaten Jonin, and he would probably be no match for him. His ambition would not be fulfilled. He would not get revenge. He heard the scream of his teammate. He saw his comrades and his sensei. They were all goners. He had to save himself and not die till he had gotten his revenge. Revenge. He could not beat Itachi till he had beaten the lower classes. They were in his way. He knew he was no match for them. A thought to run occurred. He considered it. It was okay if he could get revenge on Itachi later than not get it at all. But the self-hate he knew he would feel from running from a fight would not be preferable. And nor would his comrades if by the off chance they survived. If only he had the Sharingan. He sighed internally, and skillfully picking out a kunai, charged. Shino did not show emotions much. That was when he was in public. He trusted his friends enough to let his emotional block down. But normally, he refrained from showing emotion at all. He did not show emotions much, so it took a lot to bring any expression on his face and any crack in his voice. And now, it appeared that his first A-ranked mission was the one thing that would bring it out. After virtually millions of D-ranked missions, such a situation was inconceivable. He had expected blood. He had expected somebody getting hurt. He thought that their sensei would protect them. How wrong he was. Now, as he saw the mess sprawled on the forest floor, he had breathing that cracked and an expression of horror on his normally public unemotional face. His logical thoughts were dead and all he could think was what just happened in front of him and how much danger him and his comrades were in. His comrades. He had to protect Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru and Choji. With a determined mind, he picked out a kunai, sent out his bugs, and ran towards the ninja. Choji was shaken to the very core. He had really not anticipated something like this so early in the mission. His sensei had been murdered, for Kami's sake. He had just been staring at the dead pieces of flesh for what seemed like a few minutes, while in reality were but a few seconds. How? That was the question in his mind. They had just popped up and stolen the lives of their sensei. It wasn't fair. He knew what a ninja had to do. They had to kill people that did bad things. He knew he had to do that eventually. But he was just 12. He was just a freaking kid. He should not have to deal with this. But what would happen to his comrades now? He had gotten more confidence with the time he had spent with them. He was not the shy overly sensitive boy he used to be anymore. He had to protect them. He narrowed his eyes, did a few hand signs, expanded his hands and feet, and began running towards the two that would pay. Shikamaru was a genius. Almost everyone on the Nara clan was a bit smarter than the rest. They did not jump into dangerous situations without thinking of a plan. They were just brought up like that. It just so happened that Shikamaru was better than the rest combined. But even the best are not perfect, especially at such a young age. So, it happened to him what would happen to any other normal young man his age. He was shocked, to say the least. He did expect some action in this trip, and he would have had a plan in case of anything. But it hurt to see his sensei in pieces in front of him. Regardless, even if he was not perfect, he was better than the rest, so, as the logical side of him settled in, he began to think. First, his eyes flicked to his team. They were all there and shocked. It was not much, but it was all he had. He started to come up with some plans as to what had to happen for them to survive this encounter. Once that had been finished in seconds, something dawned upon him. He remembered the gleam in the eyes of their sensei as they saw the puddle and led them off the road. Their sensei were Jonin, Obi killed like that was unheard of by people of their rank. Lastly, as he felt his chakra for a theory that popped into his mind, he discovered that it was fluctuating wildly. Genjutsu, and by the Kyuubi of the Genjutsu and Kurenai being the Genjutsu mistress Konoha, it was not hard to discern who had cast it. But seeing as the ninja were not dead yet, it was a test for us. Also, with how the Jonin had entrusted them to Genin rank ninja, the two mist ninja could be taken down by all of them without sustaining serious injuries. Since the others were not responding much, he had to start the assault, and his plan. He rushed forward while doing hand signs that left a small shadow tail behind him. Hinata had been horrified when the incident happened. Her mind could not comprehend how this could have happened. She was shocked more only once in her life, and as this took the second spot, it was just second to hearing that her mother died during giving birth to her little sister. But Hinata had experienced that shock before, and knew what she had to do in order to get out of it. She could not let her comrades die. She comes to a realization then. She could not let Naruto die. Her feelings ran deeper than a simple crush. She falls into a stance. She activated her Byakugan, and prepared to leap to her opponents and try her best to protect her new team, and Naruto. But then she noticed something. It was something she would not have noticed if not for the training that she and Naruto had almost every day. There was chakra around her periphery vision. She would not have normally noticed this. This was a sign of genjutsu. But she did not see chakra in the air, or her own chakra fluctuating, even though she felt it. It didn't make any sense. Kurenai Yuhi, she was possibly the bees. Genjutsu users in Konoha and a Jonin at that. She knew that Hinata had the Byakugan and was careful. The Genjutsu mistress was not perfect. She could still feel her chakra fluctuating and seeing the periphery chakra. The two ninja were not dead, so they expected them to take care of it. That she would do. She moved just as she saw Shikamaru do the same, and dashed to the two attackers with her pearly eyes flashing, sparing just one thought to the blonde boy beside her. Naruto was shocked when he saw the death of his sensei. But anger quickly took over. Just as the chakra of the nine-tailed beast was about to run wild over the surface of his body, the seal quickly tightened and restrained the flow of the dangerous substance. He heard his dad shout out to him. It barely stops him from rushing to Hiraishin to the two ninja and lob their heads off for hurting his sensei and Konoha ninja, and putting his friends in danger. That's when Kurama calls him an idiot and his dad tells him to calm down. He knows he should listen to his dad, and does so, but grudgingly. His hesitance comes from a certain revelation he has had recently. He is starting to like someone, a girl, mind you, Naruto is not gay in my story, someone he known in a way that would not really appeal to the girl's parent, and it's like he can't help but be in a hurry and not put her and his other teammates in danger. He remembers that his dad has survived countless battles, so he is receptive to any advice that his dad has to offer. He quickly listens to his dad explain the details of how he was trapped in a genjutsu etc. He nods internally and thanks him. When he draws out the kunai, he certainly did not use a superior speed to get ahead of his teammates. He just might have thought about how Hinata looked beautiful when she was determinedly dashing forward with her smooth stance and amazing eyes, just might have. He lowered his speed to match up with their pace. The two ninja noticed the arc of Nin in front of them that was fast reaching towards them. The two of them looked at each other, wide-eyed, as if saying who would be foolish enough to assault someone who had killed Jonin. Then shrugged and ran towards the group, their chain clanking beside them. Talking about the group, they had rushed in at about the same time, and as their eyes flicked towards each other, they understood that He had to cooperate between them for them to work, disregarding team and personal differences. Naruto was the first to make his move. He jumped up and flung his kunai at the ninja just as the others did from below. As the two ninja dodged the kunai, Naruto had already yelled out, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," and flung his two clones, fists out, at the two Chunin. The Chunin's eyes widened at the two projectiles coming towards them. Kage Bunshin, inconceivable, nevertheless, they dodged just in time for them to be set in the shadow of Choji's enormous fists. Their chains split apart with a clang. As they each rushed forward opposite to each other, Choji's fist made a crater on empty ground. The first Chunin now faced Sakura, Ino, Shino, and Kiba. He took out 4 shuriken and tossed them at his 4 enemies. The 4 dodged them all, and out of them, Kiba had made a Gatsuga and was whirling towards the enemy. The ninja jumped away but was immediately engaged in close combat with both Sakura and Ino. Shino had his bugs form a spear and attempted to hit the ninja while standing inside a safe range. By the time that Kiba had come back for another try, the Chunin was very frustrated with the defense-only role he had. As Kiba came whirling back, the ninja jumped back just in time for safety. That safety was not found soon, however, as Sakura, being Kurenai's student, quickly cast a genjutsu on him. He broke the illusion in a few seconds, but just in time to see Ino land in front him while finishing some sort of jutsu. For him and Ino, all went black for a second. Shino caught Ino's lumping body quickly and set her a safe distance away. The ninja did nothing. The ninja said, "At 3's count, forehead." There, especially Sakura's eyes widened as they realized what was going on. They nodded and jumped behind the ninja with kunai out. In precisely 4 seconds, just as the Chunin's body twitched, they plunged the kunai deep in his back. Shino set some of his bugs on the ninja, just in case. His intuition came true, because as Ino recovered and they turned and walked towards the other battle, the ninja revealed by standing that he had been protected by his vest but completely drained of chakra. He was unconscious just as he stood up. They grinned and slowly set off. Unfortunately for the Chunin on the other side, things were going much worse and painful, as was facing Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru and Hinata. It was going bad, but it was pretty obvious that this one was the better of the two. The Chunin jumped for the trees just as he and his partner separated far enough. It was difficult for the 4 to climb up there, so they started to work on bringing him down. First, Sasuke showed of his skill by shooting a fireball at his target. The man dodged that and quick. Kaylee returned fire with a kunai at the 4 ninja. The 4 were not given a rest as they had to dodge those in another round that followed. Naruto growled and produced about a dozen clones. They all transformed into big windmill shurikens. As the shuriken fell to the ground, a web of shadow picked them all up and skillfully threw them at the place the ninja jumped to next. Seeing what was going to happen, the ninja cut some of his losses and only got scratched very deep in his shoulder as he purposely fell off the branch he was standing on. He was immediately rushed by Sasuke in a fierce battle of taijutsu. They kicked and punched with a speed that left Sasuke panting as he was beaten off to the side. He would have won the battle had he unlocked his Sharingan. But, nevertheless, the winded Chunin was not given a break as Hinata rushed him as soon as Sasuke was tossed away. She had an easy time taking care of almost all his limbs, except his legs, to not move more than 1 inch. His chakra pathways were almost torn up. The Chunin again decided to cut his losses and leapt away from her. Hinata would have followed if she had not seen Naruto just where that ninja was going to land. Grinning ear to ear as only a prankster could, she decided to enjoy the show. The first trap the ninja jumped into was just above him. As soon as the ninja landed, he became unable to move and his posture became a tad lazy. He was then drenched in glue-laced hot pink paint from head to toe. Then he was able to move and fell into a pit made by Naruto. It was just unfortunate that pit was filled with all sorts of things from thorns to leeches and poisonous herbs. Suffice to say, the Chunin would not walk straight again for his whole life. And by this time, Sasuke had gotten up and was about to head over to the pit to give the Chunin some kunai when a poof of smoke at the center of the clearing they had just fought in went off. Their sensei were revealed standing in all their glorious Jonin selves. Sakura and Ino rushed to hug them while Sasuke widened his eyes and grunted, thoughts running in his head about not being strong enough and vows to get stronger. Choji cheered as he realized that his sensei was just fine. Shino adjusted his glasses and cursed the fact that he could not have known before. Hinata, Naruto and Shikamaru grinned knowingly as their sensei grinned back at them. After that, their sensei endured a lengthy screaming session with plenty of tears by Sakura, Ino and Choji. The Jonin gave them futile reassurances that they would not try that ever again. Wow guys, I didn't expect that much from you guys. It was just a test, and you surpassed our expectation greatly. It seems that you guys will be finishing this mission just fine. Everyone except Shino, Hinata and Sasuke cheered loudly. Shino and Hinata smiled. Yeah, they'll do just fine. Woo. Finished that big guy. It's crazy how much I have to write in order to produce a decent-looking chappie. I'm really thankful for the support you guys are giving me, so thanks guys, you people are awesome. Also, review, as that makes me write more chapters. I love to hear from you guys. Also, as the review number was quite high, I have a present for you people. This is one of my drafts for the story chapter that I was going to put in, but for some reason didn't. This one was for the previous chapter. It was the starting, but I was too lazy to put it in. Also, I didn't think this was good enough. Tell me what you think of it. As a young man walked through the streets of Konoha, he was privy to a remarkable sight. Remarkable for him actually, as normally, all got were nasty glares from the villagers. Today was an entirely different story. In truth, this young man was actually Naruto Uzumaki, a rookie genin ninja. He had a giant demon fox and his father locked up inside of him at birth, task done by the aforementioned father. Almost all the adults in the village knew of the fox inside of him, none knew of the father. The problem was, that the adults in all their short-sighted glory, thought of the boy as the reincarnation of the fox, despising him any way they could. Naruto, on the other hand, could care less. Sure, being hated on by a village of about a few 100,000 people might seem like a big thing, but really, he did not care about any of them. That would not be the case however, if say, any of his friends or the adults that he respected started hating him. That would truly affect the boy, but for the village that tortured, maimed, beat etc. to him, he did not give a shit. He strutted casually through the village, brown hair, civilian clothing, nobody attitude. He released the henge once he was near his destination. As the Hokage tower loomed before him, it was truly funny to see the civilians' faces when the demon popped up in their midst. He, of course, smirked at their recent glares and walked into the building like he owned the place. That's that. Tell me if you like it and would want more. And if you do, the key is getting more than 30 reviews for this chapter, or the next. 30 reviews for one chapter for another draft. Passing that, the question of the chapter is, by what you have read of me, in my writing style or author's notes, what is the one word that you would describe me and my personality as? Word examples are, good, bad, awesome, horrible etc. I look forward to your responses. As always, SpyGuy001 out, peace. Time for action, brats. Alright, I finally got around to writing the new chapter for Two Tenants now. I just didn't feel like doing it before, so sorry for those of you that waited for this story. So, yeah, I am finally getting to write this. Also, I am sorry if this feels kinda mindless as I'm really not in a very active state of mind while writing this. I have exams coming up, summatives going on and I am in the process of studying. This chapter will probably come up very late and also, probably after my exams and near summer break. Here are the responses to what you guys commented. Sierra. I was going to but I got stuck figuring out what the Jonin and Genin could do in such a situation. Then my exams rolled around and I was stuck studying. Now, I am free and this is summer vacation, the chapters will be rolling out much faster. Guest. I try my best, and I really hope that you guys are happy about what I write. I know exactly what you mean by being funny and serious at the same time. I try to be, just for the heck of it 98, I hope none you are. I started out fast in summer last year, dwindled to this pace with studies and I will go back to being fast now that this is summer. Split Heart 1120, yeah, they were hoping to do that. Leaf Ranger. I do respect your opinion, and I can sort of understand your point from what you said. The thing is though, the reasons that the Jonin did that was because the genin needed a reality check to see what happens in a ninja's life. They need to know exactly what kind of thugs and shinobi Gedo had hired. They needed to know how the three teams would work together. It was relatively safe as the Jonin, especially Kakashi, was fast and could have intervened at any time. I don't know if I didn't write it or you didn't read it, but I think I made Kurenai put the genjutsu over the mist Chunin as well, so she could take them out at any time. Well, that's how I think it should have gone. Anyways, I hope you like this one. There is a good chance that you may not, but still, I hope you find it an interesting turn of events. Anyways, I am going to try to make this a big one to compensate for the wait. So, without further wait, onwards. Chapter 17. Cleavers. The next few hours of their journey were mindless the way they walked and talked to each other, but inside their own heads, it was nothing but pure chaos and an unstopped hellacious barrage of questions and wonderings that they asked themselves. The Jonins were pretty proud and confident about their genin by the way that they had handled the threat of the mist pair. And the genin learned truly just how far they had progressed till this point. Naruto was happy at his friend's progress and how he handled the situation without compromising his dad or Kurama. And his own feelings toward a certain Kunoichi were something he still did not want to completely get in grips with. Sakura and Ino were, by now, arguing about who was the better one between them and deserved Sasuke more. The emo, at the time, hearing a rustle in the bushes and paranoid as heck from his past experience, threw a kunai into them. At which his fangirls gasped. The rest of the group also turned their attention towards the bushes as a small sound came from there. Sasuke parted the bushes with caution and sighed in relief when he saw that it was only a white rabbit he had hit. Sakura and Ino went immediately to check the health of the rabbit. The Jonin, Minato and Kurama only got more tense as they noticed the color and what it truly stood for. As the telltale sound met their ears, the outcasts, Sasuke, and the Jonin took everyone that was standing and threw them to the ground. They were missed by a giant sword, almost chopping all of them in half as it rushed over them. Then they were privy to the sight of a tall man standing on the very same sword that by now was dug into a tree. The man had a frightful composure and bandages wrapped around his face. His eyes narrowed as he observed the unexpected size of the group. This would be a problem, he thought. As Kakashi recognized the man, he signaled Asuma and Kurenai to him and the genin to guard the builder. They sprang into action immediately. Zabuza also recognized the son of the Hokage but failed to recognize the other two Jonin. Oi, all of you guard Tazuna with your life, and stay safe while you are at it. Let us handle the brute here. That said, Kakashi's hand flew to his forehead, ready to drop at a moment's notice. It finally clicked in Zabuza's head. Sharingan Kakashi. And he had a faint recollection of the woman with the red eyes from the bingo book too. He had to know their skill here and now, maybe kill some of them too, to lessen the load afterwards. Zabuza debated whether to call his apprentice here, if it was worth it to reveal all his cards at once and tackle the situation, or Rakan for now. He decided on Rakan. Zabuza replied appropriately to the Jonin. Why would you say that to your students now, Kakashi? You know as well as me that you will all die here. Who comes sooner or later does not matter to me. The Jonin's eyes narrowed even more while the Genins varied in expression, but nevertheless, they all had their guard up. Asuma replied, stop talking nonsense, 3 of us outnumber you and each of us is more skilled than 3 of you combined. It's fully obvious what the results of this battle will be. Zabuza laughed, I am the demon of the bloody mist. You really think that a bunch of crybabies from a coddled village can beat me? And besides, it would be a foolish thing to assume that I would come here alone. As if right on cue, as the Jonin tensed, a single Senbon struck the neck of the mist demon and he fell lifeless to the floor. A few of the genin, except the outcasts, sighed and let their guard down. The Jonin immediately had kunais in their hands and were turned towards the direction that the Senbon came from. The person who threw the kunai was apparently standing on the branch of a tree a few meters away from the group. He had blue-gray clothing and a mask with 4 curved slits on him. He also had two Senbon clutched in his extended hand. The Jonin were surprised at seeing him there. Kakashi went to check the pulse of the downed ninja. A hunter nin? Kurenai voiced the question first. The person bowed, and tucked the Senbon away. Yes, I was chasing Zabuza for quite a while now. I do thank for delaying him for me to catch up. I am sure the hidden mist V. Illage is thankful for your help in helping capture and kill one of our criminals. I apologize to cut the chat short, but it is important that I take Zabuza away and dispose of him immediately. Just like that, the hunter nin vanished from the treetop and appeared in front of Zabuza's body. He bowed to the stunned group and departed with the body quietly. The Jonin, seeing no evidence for ill operation, let him do so. Even though they all got the feeling that had aided them countless times in identifying an enemy from a friend. Something did not feel right about the hunter nin, especially as He did not dispose of the body immediately, use Senbon to deliver a killing blow, and also with that speed, not caught up with Zabuza sooner. They all kept quiet as they did not have any evidence concerning their suspicions. Naruto only had a gut feeling while the beings inside him felt much as the Jonin did. So, Naruto tried to smell the boy using his enhanced senses. He surprisingly could too. Didn't Kakashi-sensei mention that the hunter nin was an expert at hiding tracks? So why could Naruto smell him? Naruto thought something was fishy here, and Kurama's and his dad's silence along with this only furthered his doubts. The other genin questioned the Jonin on the incident that happened moments before. What you guys just saw was a member of the hunter ninja, a branch of ninja in a villa. Especially dedicated to killing or capturing missing ninja relating to the village. This particular one, judging from his height and voice, is probably not much older than you, Naruto. Also, judging by the way he disposed of Zabuza, probably more skilled than you too. The tension in the air was somewhat lifted by Naruto's squawk of protest and the genin's laughter. Phew, Tazuna sighed and smiled a bit. I am glad that was over with. You guys can come with me to my place. I have rooms for you guys to stay, also a fair bit of space in the mill outside. I can do this much for you guys. So he group set off to the house of a relieved Tazuna with relieved genin and wary Jonin in tow. At the house, they met Tsunami first, Tazuna's widowed daughter. She, according to almost everyone, was really nice and welcomed them. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, as they divided the rooms and rested. The Jonin would cycle every night with 2 in the mill and 1 in the house. The genin would also cycle with 6 of them in the mill with the other 3 in the house. That way, there was ample room for everyone to sleep and hang out. At dinner, there happened to be the first drama. They RST saw the third member of the family then. As there were too many people to have dinner properly at the dining table, Tazuna decided that they would all have the meal in the main room with everyone present. Tsunami was not too happy with the decision but obliged with only a smaller smile. And so it was decided that dinner would be a merry place, at the very least an effort to be rid of the gloom. Atmosphere that they had gathered since leaving Konoha. Their efforts were almost fully fruitful till a newly met child decided to throw a tantrum. Inari was a quiet child and everyone in the room could agree with that, well. Before he threw the tantrum. Then he was pretty loud. Tsunami apologized profusely to the ninja after Inari had left the room while Tazuna hung his head in shame and regret. The food was pretty good, though. After the great dinner, the ninjas regrouped for the last time before they separated for bed. They Jonin had something to talk about if the look in their eyes was anything to go by. In case of Kakashi especially. The Cyclops was the one to start the conversation. Alright all of you, I'll first tell you what you really do not want to hear right now. Zabuza is not dead, he's alive. This was faced with gasps from some of the younger audience and a shout of, yes. I knew it, from Naruto. Well, we are not fully sure, but in our world, the signs we got are good enough. We need to assume that Zabuza is still alive and will still try to hunt Tazuna. As for how we know that, there were plenty of signs if you were careful to look for them. Zabuza was injured with Senbon. They are very precise weapons and it is harder to kill people with them. Second, if that was a true hunter nin before being allied to Zabuza, the hunter nin know every single part of the body and with Senbon. Target the most precise spots. Those spots, if hit, can trigger a near-death state that looks to be a death but actually is not. Another point, hunter nins kill and dispose of their targets wherever they find them. The fact that this one didn't do so immediately tells something about his skill and loyalty. All of these facts combined put a big question mark on the state that Zabuza is in. The safest course of action is to assume that Zabuza is alive and on task and prepare for that possibility. Asuma continued that train of thought. All hope is not lost either. The near-death state does take a big chunk out of a person's health as well. It will take Zabuza at least a week can recover from the ordeal and train his body for taking on 3 Jonin at once. He will also try to mobilize some forces in order to help with that. Whether that force is more ninja of his level or hundreds of bandits is something that we do not know as of yet. What we do know is that both of those options are something that the 9 of you cannot take. We have already made a schedule for you guys to adhere to for the weeks of training to come. Sakura raised her hand and interrupted him. Asuma acknowledged her with a raised eyebrow. Sakura proceeded, Asuma-sensei, are going to be fighting the bandits or friends that Zabuza brings. Kurenai was the one to answer her student. It is really likely that you will do so. However, since we are assuming that Zabuza's hunter nin accomplice will be fighting too, you will take him as well. Also, Tazuna needs to be protected, so that will need to be taken care of as well. There are so many variables that we need to take care of, but we have not made a plan for them as of yet. We 3 will take the weeks to plan for any possibility. All you need to do is train as hard as you can on what we tell you and then follow the plan to the best of your abilities. As for your training, we have made a plan for the next 1.5 week of heavy training and the left half of light training. You will start training right after a heavy breakfast. Knowing her female student, she added, no exceptions to that. Kurenai continued again, after the breakfast. There will be a small warm-up run and some exercises. Then you will get to the real drills and training. There will be things assigned to you that you will have to do for this time onwards. If you finish a task, you move on to the next one and so forth. You will take a light lunch and continue. You will stop a small amount of time before dinner and rest. After you eat dinner, you are free to do as you please. Keep in mind though, that you should be careful at all times. Well, that about wraps it up. We will tell you what you will be doing tomorrow. You better get a good rest if you want to be ready for tomorrow. Stay on your guard, and good night. Kurenai and her team departed to the mill while the others went to their respective rooms. Sasuke slashed the tree with anger. How could he lack in this stupid exercise? This was so easy that even Naruto could do it, then how could he fail? He adjusted the amount of chakra in his feet and started back up the tree. He could do this. As he was the last Uchiha and his clan was the best of all. Most of all, he needed to do this if he was going to beat him. Sasuke was ashamed at the way he had acted when the Chunin had appeared. He remembered the memories that it brought to the surface, and slashed a bit harder this time around. He would not freeze up the next time it happened. He would get stronger and kill Itachi, no matter how long it took or what he had to do. His oh-so-holy blood boiled with the thought. He gathered the chakra in his feet, again. He ran up the tree, again. He slashed the tree just a bit above his previous mark, again. He jumped off, again. Kiba did not even understand why they were doing this at a time like this. They had just met the demon Zabuza for Kami's sake. They should be training the combat all the time, not running up a tree. Honestly, how could he not even do this? This was supposed to be so friggin' simple too. Heck, Naruto, Sakura, Hinata, Choji, Shikamaru and Shino had even gotten it on their first 5 tries. He hated to have to come to this, but his experiences had humbled even him and so, he went down from the tree and started walking towards the 7 people levitating a leaf nearby. Sasuke heard Kiba walking and looked at him from the corner of his eye. He was going towards the group currently on the next exercise. Had even the dog finished faster than him? He looked at the tree that Kiba had abandoned. Not finished. What was Kiba going to do? Ask for help, not likely knowing that proud idiot. But still, he decided to listen in. He pretended to be taking a breather while he listened to Kiba talking to the 7 genin who had finished the exercise and were currently trying the next. The 7 genin took notice of the boy coming towards them. Choji stated the question in their minds, so, Kiba, what's up? You should be finishing that exercise before you come to this. Kiba scratched Akamaru and responded, yeah, I saw that you guys were already done so. I was hoping that you guys could give any tips on what to do. Before Ino and Sakura could start screaming about disrupting their focus, Shino replied hastily. I see, we would have some conventional and generic experience seeing as we have already finished the task. It would not be an inconvenience if we do explain it, so we shall. Shino also reveled in the look on Kiba's face when he was replied by an, thanks. Shino was a part of the outcasts after all. Naruto laughed as his leaf fell from his hands and he picked it up. Ignore Shino, Kiba. He's just flaunting his oh-so-better vocabulary. Anyways, yeah, we can help with the stupid exercise. I actually got Hinata to tell me some tips so that I could finish it, otherwise it would have taken me way longer to get it done. All you have to do is first put a little bit of chakra in your feet and put the foot on the tree. It will not stick as genin don't have much chakra to begin with. Quote, Kiba nodded. Sasuke inconspicuously. Why did what was said against the part of the tree his foot was close to, which happened to be lower trunk, still breathing hard. Naruto continued, after you did that, keep the foot there and increase the amount of chakra in your foot. Try to sense when the pressure from the tree starts to push you away. That's where the experience you got from running up the tree for so long will come in. Try to take the pressure and reduce it fully. But this might take a while. Then, after you sort of get the feeling that your feet stick to the tree and the tree is not trying to push you off, gather you balance and just walk up the tree. Trust me, it's harder than it sounds, but you should be able to get it easily after the time that you put into it. Good luck, man. Kiba thanked him and he others and LKED off to put the strategy into effect. Meanwhile, Sasuke had gathered what the strategy was before Naruto finished, and stood short on top of the tall tree, ever frustrated. After that, he went a small distance away from the group. To which Sakura and Ino clutched their leaves and followed behind. The outcasts smiled at each other and concentrated on their leaves. Naruto, being the ever-cheerful mask, tried to balance the leaf above his nose. He was successful, but was left blinking stupidly when Hinata looked up, and blew the leaf into his eyes. She giggled, and Naruto continued to smile stupidly, only coming to his senses to poke Hinata and make her fall back on the grass with a small squeak. The rest of the outcasts and Naruto laughed with the giggling Hinata on the forest floor. They did not, in their mirth, see the glance given to them by two other girls a small distance away. They did not see the girls' downcast eyes and nor the expression in those eyes. Inari watched the ninja train from the window, clenched his fists, and cried some more. They would never succeed. They didn't know what Getu was like, what he could do. The Jonin did not rest at all during their training. They had only a short time left. They could beat Zabuza as they are right now, but as they were sure, they did not know the skill of the pretend hunter Ninboy and they did not know who Zabuza would bring along with him. So they trained. Kakashi, with his skill in taijutsu and stealth, practiced those as he would need them a lot in this fight. He also worked towards perfecting a few earth-based jutsus in order to get an advantage. Against Zabuza's water jutsus, he further perfected his lightning ones. Asuma, on the other hand, to cover against any and all foes that came with Zabuza, tried to work out a strategy for any situation that befell them, be it 100 more thugs or a few more Jonin. He also tried working on his chakra sensing in order to compensate for the fog and mist. Kurenai chopped away everything she could find and jumped around like, well, a woman. She tried her best at sharpening her chakra sensing and reflexes. Also, taijutsu was high on her list. She tried her luck at multiple level genjutsu too. The man shed a tear at the scene they witnessed. He turned his head. Take care of him, will ya? For me, it's already beginning. The man pointed to himself. I can't go on like this for long. Sooner or later, I want to know that I can count on you. The deep voice replied without hesitance, there are ways to do something about it, we only need another outside influence and this won't happen. Nonetheless, I am your friend and I will live up to that title. You can count on that. The man chuckled, glad to know. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.